The gift of healing secrets. How can we improve our lives through common practices for people ages 35 and above? Author David Diaz. Narrated by David Diaz. Introduction. In this book, The Gift of Healing Secrets, are guides to discovering the realities of health, life, and the progress that we need to make so as not to accept our situation, immediate reactions, as the ultimate response to any equation. I believe that you can change or improve yourself, families, and others who are willing to learn, train, grow, and serve. I believe that you have a mission that needs to be fulfilled, and we need to go through some tough waters in order to get our lives directed on a proper path. Judelise, my youngest daughter, is the reason that the books, The Gift of Healing Secrets, Mindset Secrets to Success, and Society Secrets exist. Our daughter has helped us to lose weight, heal from high blood pressure, cholesterol, varicose veins, heal others with cancer, psoriasis, eczema, melanomas, diabetes, constipation, asthma, high blood pressure, COVID-19, and improve upon brain injuries, especially ones with convulsive states, spasticity, born blind, mute, and so much more. Not only that, because of Judelise, we have become licensed financial advisors. We started CEO Trades and have set up a website at www.ceodaviddiaz.com. This book is written to give you a gift that you already possess. But sometimes we don't know that the gift or gifts exist. In life, most of us believe that we are alone in the world, that no one can help us. However, at this point in time is when people like you and me get together through these pages to recognize the gift that you need to awaken every day and nourish it so that it can grow. Because of this type of gift, I have been sought after to connect and reach out to people who need to make a similar connection. Now, we constantly are invited to give talks to groups of people within schools and professional settings about money, health, life, and business strategies. Here, we present to you the gift of healing secrets. Chapter 1. Who are you? When was the last moment that you took out time to ask yourself or someone else, who are you? Are you somebody? Do you have what it takes to figure it out alone? We all know who we are, at least we think we know. We seem to think we know when we are overweight. We know when we are depressed, worried, or anxious. We know when we are angry or feeling hurt. We know if we have a sense of loss. We know many more things than we think we know. However, how many of us believe in what we know? It is very easy to notice if you have problems. Some people even compete on who has the worst problems. Oh, yes. This is happening every day as we speak. I spoke to a person recently who is battling trauma in her life. All I can understand from her is that she is so focused on healing, but in the last 5 years, no therapist has been able to help her. You see, some of us know when we are experiencing tough moments. We know that these tough moments are taking the best of us daily. What are you doing now to increase your momentum in building a better version of you? Many of us have felt insecure at one point or another in our lives. Many of us have felt that feeling of, oh my God, is he or she going to cheat on me? Am I going to lose my job? Why do I have so much debt? When are things going to come out my way? Insecurity is a serious challenge for many people. What can you do about insecurity? We are capable of so much more in this world. But why do we tend to only notice those things which may bring harm? We see them because we have shut the door on possibilities, at least temporarily. This means that we only have the attention span of focusing on those things which signify danger, problems, worries, or anxieties. How can we get over such feelings? Why is this so? Our brains help us to survive, but we can train our brains to do whatever we want to do. Our brains may keep us safe, but that still does not necessarily identify who we are. I remember talking to a business owner a few months ago about her insecurities. As we talked, she was not convinced that she would be able to get over the fact that she has thyroid issues. We spoke about her past and how she had been able to succeed to the point where now she has her own business. We spoke about how she managed to go beyond those that have no dreams of getting out of their current situations. She was pleased. She never noticed that she had accomplished so much. She was excited that we could add up all that she had been through and all the great things that have come about from the negative experiences. When we started to shift the conversation and to redirect it towards her health, she started to feel and appear uncertain of herself. Why do you feel that way? Because I have no other choice. You don't have a choice. Maybe you don't want another choice. She asked me, what do I mean if I want another choice? Because there is no other choice on my thyroid issues. The woman who was so focused on her thyroid that it made her feel such insecurity into how she could develop herself. She was in control of her business and could notice her accomplishments, but could not figure out why the insecurity and the doubts of not being able to grasp a better story in association with her thyroid. Then I started to tell her that we both know that she knows she has a thyroid issue. We also know that she feels horrible about having it. I then asked her, when are you going to make up your mind and treat your thyroid like if it was your business? She said, what do you mean, like my business? I told her that her business was going to so well because she chose to believe that it would work well. She chose to create a better story. She chose to do the best that she could to transform her business into what it is currently. The woman was in shock. She did not know what to say. She asked me, can I really make it better, just as I have done with my business? Of course, you can, but you have to first believe in the reality of making it disappear. And then we can give you a program that will fit your needs to making it go away. Most people, at the sign of insecurity, prefer to exaggerate on the circumstances instead of focusing on making a difference in their lives. We sometimes forget that we are capable of healing ourselves just because we are too focused on the problem and not in finding the solution. I believe that you are a fantastic human being capable of doing the best things for you. You are in control here. Nothing should be stopped you from reaching a better version of yourself. Why would you allow your mind to stop you from healing its own body? I know that I do not have all the answers yet. So don't ever think that you have all the answers. We can grow exponentially when we have a mentor, advisor, or a coach. But why wouldn't you want to grow and transform? We are meant to achieve so much more in less time, and we are meant to produce more money in less time. You can choose to be the slave of your reality or the leader of your mission and vision. Chapter 2: The Significance of Pain. What is your status on dealing with pain in general? Do you have experience with painful situations? How has pain helped you? When we have a loss in the family, sometimes it is really hard to comprehend the reality. We can feel hurt. We may even have a sense of loss in our own mind. Others can have a buildup of worries and stress, which both can settle into take over our thinking process. We forget about the realities of our existence. We alienate all the people from our feelings. Why don't you try to believe in saying what you feel? Has it occurred to you who may either know someone or even yourself could be experiencing a major loss? That there is always more than one process to reason with your losses? If you just started to be honest with yourself and started to communicate with others, your mind would receive a shift in the positive perspective of all the things that could benefit you. We tend to not believe in who we are. We have a choice to make in life every day. Actually, we have many choices to make every single day. But for the most part, we should be discovering who we are. Why are we here? And what are we going to do to make it better for ourselves as well as for others? Many of us have a problem with saying no. It is okay to say no. We are not expected to say yes to everything. Not only do we have a problem with saying no, but we tend to focus on the negative aspect of most things. Why don't we notice our accomplishments from the past? What did we have to do to get where we are now? Every day, we accomplish something. This is why it is so important to have a list. With a list of things to do, we are able to cross them off as we accomplish the daily tasks. We also tend to not think about enjoying life. If we are not enjoying life, then who is enjoying life for us? Most of us are too busy working and only think that we have no time. But in reality, we have the time if we allocate for it. We could also be thinking better for all kinds of circumstances. We have just been concentrating so much that we have forgotten to think of the bright side of even the most negative things. Just remember, the next time someone in your family passes away, yes, it is okay to mourn. It is okay to feel angry, but notice all the good things too. Notice that the person who passed away was loving. Notice that if it weren't for them, you would never have had an opportunity to share with them. Be grateful, especially if your father or mother passes away, because all they wanted was for you to be happy. Be grateful because they were there for you. Be grateful that you had the chance to share special moments with that person. There are so many other reasons to look at the bright side of a loss that you can most probably think of someone yourself. Chapter 3. Why love? Did you know that many people ask themselves, why should I give an F? Why should I love someone else? Why do I need to show someone how I feel? A heavy winter storm is coming. Can you imagine that? What will you do to prepare for a winter storm? Do you believe that there is a way to provide protection? How would you secure what is yours? How would you prevent it from getting damaged? If this were actually our way of thinking in this world, it would be so much easier to understand each other. What would you do if you had an opportunity to have the business of your dreams? Would you keep it safe so that no one could harm it? Would you protect it against a loss or from damage? This way, it can feel secure. How about having it multiply its worth? Don't we want our business to produce passive income for us? A business that is producing and has tax advantages where Uncle Sam does not get a share of every dollar in returns? How would you feel about having a business like this? When was the last time you took time to make a plan so as to straighten all of this out in your life? When we provide financial coaching to people, everyone wants to know how to create passive income, a side business, or a simple money producing business. This is why we say that one of the first types of love in life should be the love of yourself. Most will not be aware of the importance of this love unless you have a family that relies on your income to maintain itself. If you do have a family, then you can relate, because if you don't love yourself, how are you going to love someone else? How would you feel if you depended on someone else and they could not provide food, shelter expenses, and pay recurring payments? 95% of the world population does not think about a contingency plan in case the breadwinner of the house cannot work. What is the backup plan? How do you proceed? What can we benefit from showing love to those who provide for our household? Love of self consists in looking at the good within you, bringing out the best in you so that you may take better care of yourself. We need to release self neglect and take all the action possible in loving yourself. We are worth so much more than what we tend to value ourselves. Why? Just as trends show, we devalue ourselves because we, in general, do not believe that there is something worthy within us to reflect that we are of a higher value, especially when compared to other people. I believe we can command our subconscious mind on a daily basis by saying aloud that we are grateful, that we are loved, and or that we are a tower of power. Never forget that we can find ways to build a better life. Be honest with yourself. Tell yourself and others the truth. I am beautiful. I am loved. I serve others. I produce abundance. I am grateful. As Tony Robbins says in his book, Money, Master the Game, we all have 6 basic needs in our lives. The need for certainty. We need to feel that we have a job, a family, that income is coming in regularly. The need of feeling uncertain. If everything were monotonous, then we would be bored. Uncertainty can bring excitement into your specific needs. The need of feeling significant or being unique. We either want to be different or mean something specifically to a group or a person. The need of feeling loved or having a connection. Oh, yes, we need to feel loved because who wants to feel hate? The last 2 needs are the most important: the need to grow and the need to contribute. We need to read or listen to books, go to seminars, and or take programs to advance ourselves. We also need to contribute to those less fortunate or those who need assistance to accomplish a task or a goal. When we ask ourselves about love, we forget about some of the most important types of love that are available. After all, when will we learn that self-love is vital? I am a life and business strategist, and I serve people by getting them to where they want to be in life. Can you imagine what your life would look like if you believed in your self-worth? You deserve to be happy. You have a right to be accepted and loved. If you find it necessary, always seek help from a support group, counselor, or coach. You might find that one of these aforementioned may be the best investment you could make for your own benefit. Chapter 4. Is it valuable? Did you know that you are priceless? How are you demonstrating love? Are you showing love to yourself? Are you showing love to others? The love of God, infinite intelligence, or the higher presence in your religion is so important to our existence. We have been placed on this earth with so many people, and most of the people on this planet believe in one God. Why would you have it any other way? God exists, and we need to demonstrate gratitude toward infinite intelligence, God. Daily, we should get up and thank God for a new day. Thank God for a new day. Nightly, we should pray with our loved ones and thank God for another day. Being grateful to God shows our love. Family love is necessary. If we do not show love, how will our wife and kids believe that we love them? I haven't been the ideal father, nor did I grow up in an ideal family, but I have learned the importance of spreading love to our families. Make sure to take time out of your business. Make sure to take out time of your busy schedule to spend with your family, either watching a movie, going to the mall, playing some games such as bowling or billiards. These can go a long way in assuring that we love ourselves. Don't forget that each of your children and wife needs their quality time with you. Your kids depend on you for communication, leadership, trust, and cooperation. Showing your kids the value of telling the truth always is much better than saying it is okay to tell lies. Showing them the importance of helping others when they are in need with support a better upbringing. We need to dedicate time to our spouse as well, letting them know that we love them at every moment, doing something small and yet making an impact on them daily. Love is to be shared and not to be hidden from those who surround you. I have had to learn about this love as I didn't feel this love when I was growing up with my family. I know now how important it is to share the love with those around you, to let them feel a hug from you and tell them that you love them. Especially kids these days need to know that you love them all the time. They get lost pretty easily if they don't hear it from the family. We all get lost very easily. So be sure to take time out of your day to spread love and words of affection daily to those you care about. Another love with a twist is money. Either money will grab us by the debt we build, or we will use it to show love to others. Yes, money can buy love in a good sense. When money is used properly, it can provide shelter for those who need it. It can provide food and clothing. Money can provide education or an operation for those in need. Money can go a long way to spread the emotions of happiness to those who need it most. The work we will do will take up a good amount of our lives. Don't you think we need to love the work we plan to do because we will be engaged in it for anywhere from the age of about 20 to at least 65, if not more? Please take your time in planning and researching what exactly you are planning to do for the rest of your life in order to produce stewardship. If you love what you do, then it will not feel like work. Create your own business by planning it out first. Then start building it slowly, steadily, and soon enough, you will be your own boss, providing your own service in quantity and quality. The love of service. Serving others not only helps those who you serve, but it also serves a great purpose in you. Just today, as I was building rapport with a newly made friend, I find out that he is dealing with some health issues. Not only that, he is battling depression, a common obstacle that is readily available to anyone who is focused on receiving it. I know that the main issue has to do with the choices that we make on a day-to-day basis to recall what is in our past. Some people just choose to live in the past despite repetitive cycle that they put themselves into. So now I have the opportunity to train, develop, and express love and compassion to a fellow brother from another mother, someone who is in need of guidance from getting them out of where they are and moving ahead to where they want to be. When we contribute to others, our time and resources, we are not just giving them an ear to listen. We are opening up our trust and cooperating with them to let them know you are not alone. You are worthy of more. I offer people like this an incantation. They need to repeat to themselves daily phrases such as I can, I will, I must. This is a start to healing. The second part of this healing process has to do with changing their focus on the past and start being grateful for the present with a plan for the day, the week, the month, and years to come. We all have enemies on the outside, but the more incognito enemies exist on the inside of each and every one of us. Indifference and lack of decision are such enemies. They rob you of your bank account. They create doubt that your country will make it through. I tell you that all you need to do is to have faith and courage. If you believe, then you will drive your doubts to the corner. So don't ever doubt yourself and your future of immense possibilities. If I have the abilities to do it, you can too. You can grow. You can read. You can change. Health and life are the last two. Keeping healthy will only matter if you see its value. Life is important if you only know that we have limited time to enjoy it. These two go hand in hand because the strategies that we utilize for life will depend on our health. If you want to keep healthy, then you need to practice daily self-loving activities. One example is eating an apple every day. Yes, this will assist in keeping the doctor away. But to love your health is so much more. So just get started as soon as you have a plan on how to go about your life in a loving manner. Just remember, to love your life is to love yourself. So your physical appearance today reflects the standards you have set yourself. Your identity is waiting where things make sense for your life. Just remember that visually you can tell who is in the gym at least 5 days out of the week. Those who take action or have a ritual or habit and are consistently disciplined in their lives. In order to get what you want, you need to set aside your wants and bring forth better standards for your health and your life. After all, the golden rule says it all. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, or do unto others as you would have them do unto you. As Jim Rohn would say, don't ask for a better winter, ask for more strength. Don't ask for less problems, ask for more skill. Don't ask for an easier wind, ask for a better sail. Chapter 5. Are you happy? Is your goal in life aligned with happiness? How are you sharing with others? What is your focus on a daily basis? Do you not know? Does happiness exist? It is not required to be happy, but all it takes is a moment to see what a difference it makes. We all start out happy in life. We all love to play, to run, to share with others. What happens as we grow up? What happens as we continue to have fun and then it all goes away? Society has a way of telling us what we should and should not do. Happiness is one of these things that we are indirectly told not to have or do. Many people that I encounter on a daily basis are in need of happy feelings. Many people will never tell you how they feel because it is no one's business. Well, when you are in a world that has a population of 4 billion people, why couldn't you find someone to share with and expect to find happiness in whatever you decide to share? I tend to differ on many of these people's views of negativity. I have been asking people the opposite of what they portray to get them out of their mindset. When I go into asking them about a specific situation or if I can get them to laugh at some corny joke that I could come up with. That makes all the difference. Being happy is not about creating a perfect environment. It is about being yourself and about enjoying the moment. How does happiness relate to other people? Creating a special moment for people makes a difference. Whenever I get a chance, I try to practice creating special moments for people. Why are there so many people depressed in this world? Why are these same people feeling that no one can help them in their situations? Most of these instances in people's lives are due to a lack of proper focus. We tend to get consumed in focusing on the worst of certain situations. Have you ever failed? When I was 18, I experienced my first ulcer. Wow, I really hurt myself at that time in my life. What was I thinking? This just happened well from being in love. I knew back then that the ulcer I had was a direct response to the butterfly sensations I felt from a girl I wanted to be with. I had no experience in love, yet a lot of my friends thought I was crazy. So I did what society told me I should do. I kept to myself. I thought I was happy as long as no one knew what was going on in my life. Boy, didn't I act all weird? It was quite a roller coaster ride. Some of my teachers found out about my experience with love, and they tried to talk me out of it. I can tell you that what they were trying to tell me, I did not listen. I avoided them. I did the opposite of what they told me to do. I ran away from teacher confrontations. I even had one of my most faithful mentors talk to me about my situation. F. Jack, a wonderful and generous man throughout my life. F. Jack asked me to see him and questioned me about my love situation. He asked me so many times, so many questions, that I did not know what to answer anymore. But one thing was for sure. I wanted to be happy. This pursuit of happiness brought me to getting married before I entered into college. This pursuit of happiness got me divorced 3 months after we started living together. This pursuit of happiness got me into dropping out of school by my first semester. Well, I guess you can tell that I was not happy. I had failed miserably. I had made an inflated clown of myself to all those I knew and my family. I was a talk of those I knew. To this day, many years later, one of my friends tried to bring up this situation about my first marriage back in the day. People really know how to make you happy. Bringing out the worst memories to go over is quite a way to renew old friendships. How did I get through this situation? I did what anyone at my age would do. I kept away from everyone I knew. I moved away for a year. I was embarrassed to show my face to anyone. I was in so much internal pain that I did not know who or what to turn to. Then I decided to join the youth group at the parish I grew up with, Nativity Church in Lower Manhattan. This was a great move. I loved helping others. I loved giving back. I loved to be a leader for others. Although my prior experience did not directly demonstrate leadership, a leader is someone who fails and learns from their failures. I became involved with helping others in reaching their goals. I had no primary objective other than a passion to help others. I wanted to be in the spotlight. Was it easy? No, it was not easy to help others. I got blamed for the most unbelievable situations. I got blamed for asking the girls out. I got blamed for not letting girls participate in certain activities. I got blamed when some of the kids arrived very late to their homes on certain occasions. I was pinned the most hated leader as I kept girls away from their homes. All this blaming, although it was not true, got to me, and so I left the church. I love helping others, but without a plan, helping others is not as satisfying as when we have an objective or a goal to reach. I did not find out until more than 2 decades later how important it is to have a purpose. I had no real vision of what I wanted to accomplish helping others. All I saw myself was helping others and feeling great about it. Wow, what a nice guy. Wow, I helped out without any monetary payment. Isn't that nice? I did what all of us could do, but very few of us choose to realize. It was easy work. It was not rocket science, but how many of you would help others for free? Who is willing to give up their precious time to dedicate toward others? Helping others to grow is highly important as many are lost and have no idea of where they are and where do they actually want to be. This is where happiness has its second grand opening. After discovering how to be happy as a child and then having happiness stripped away due to infatuation, I got another chance to experience happiness. But first, I needed to learn how to regain happiness in my life. How could I embrace and use happiness as a tool to serve others? I did not know that happiness is a tool. Happiness is a tool for us and others. It is used especially to give others and yourself much needed support to be able to understand what life has thrown our way. God plays a factor in these curveballs. The more we provide happiness, the more God will see that we get it back multiplied. We all receive what we give. However, most of us will never reason with this method. This is why it is so easy for the few who choose to take this journey. But do not get carried away with being happy, spreading happiness, and realizing more happy people. What do I mean? There is a balance for everything, a time to be happy, sad, perplexed, focused, disciplined, etc. There is also a time for everything that does not bring about happiness. What can we do when these moments arise? We are supposed to find happiness in everything that we experience. It is just that we tend to focus on what blocks us from reaching our destination. And sometimes we are so close to reaching our goals and destinations, we seem to give up just because we cannot see it and because we have become a culture that is gratified by instant results. If we master our emotions, we will have better motion in our lives. How can I use happiness as a tool? Lesson number 1. We need to read and learn about successful people in history. One of the most talked about and successful people is also one of controversy. God sent his only son, Jesus, to forgive us and provide us with tools to have a better lifestyle. The prophets from all religions were promoting better ways to be happy. They all provided us with a tool to make our lives easier. What happened that we are not applying happiness as a tool for our lives and others? Why are we not happy? Why isn't there enough love in our lives? It is our responsibility to be happy, to make others happy, and to pursue happiness. In a relationship that two people are involved, it is their responsibility as a team to provide for each other, to make sacrifices so that the spouse is enjoying what the other half is doing. I learned the hard way how happiness works. For too long, I was frustrated and constantly not facing the problem. I was consistently avoiding the truth. I was focused on the negative things in life. If someone mistreats you, cheats on you, or doesn't show love to you, what do? You have a choice. You can either choose to cry and feel hurt and start to blame yourself, or you can grab hold of the moment and again ask yourself, what else could this mean? If someone cheats on you, they have given you a golden ticket to look for a better relationship, to find yourself and realize that you deserve better. Well, if your spouse is cheating, why would you go back to them if they will do it again and again? What is the point? Changing your life is a change of the inner game. When you know that your relationship is frustrating, it is your responsibility to make things better for you. Because if you choose to be frustrated and don't make any changes, what are you expecting to learn? Frustration requires you not to accept the way things are just because you deserve better than what you have been presented with. Happiness directly has to do with either facing frustrations or showing responsibility. You choose and you win if it works for you first. For the most part, we do not live happy lives. Why? We do not choose to live happy lives because usually we are surrounded by unhappy people. Why do we choose, accept, not do anything about it, but surround ourselves with unhappy people? We talk about negative outcomes. We are infected by negative attitudes. Others become scared when they know that you are attempting to be happy, instilling fear so that you don't become happy. Social media is becoming the new bully as time progresses. From the likes to the loves to the unfollowed to the negative remarks, we are supposed to be happy, and what we are showing is a fake world to everyone who we reach. What is the purpose in talking about situations on negative terms? The answer to this question will depend on your situation. Some people will talk negatively because it has been formed into a habit. Habits tend to become a way of reproducing easier methods of negative outcomes to unforeseen circumstances. In fact, most who speak and negatively do not even know that they are doing it because it has been adapted to their daily routine as well as a way of existence. Since all one hears are comments of why should I do? Some others will talk negatively because of fear of seeing their friends better off in life. Believe that you can be better and let others be a better version of themselves. We often have small minded beginnings. These small minded beginnings should not deter us from becoming happy and successful. Some others might talk negatively because they have no other requirement to be happy. It has been deeply engraved into our minds, which makes it worse than any other habit. Happiness does not exist to these extremists. I tend to think that they are also deficient in vitamins and minerals to their psychological aspect as well. If it were my customer, I would recommend higher doses in vitamin B complex, B6, B3, B12, and or B17. These vitamins, among the many other benefits, have helped my clients turn around their negative talk into positive, happy feelings. This does not happen overnight. It takes time to notice the difference, and for most cases, we need at least 21 days of the process. But in other cases, it can take longer. This is only one part of the equation, and you should have a consultation with someone who can guide you to a better and happier you. Another part of changing your mentality is that many of us need to spread love and kindness. How can we make this happen? Go to your local soup kitchen and volunteer. Join a community event and volunteer. Participate in a club, go to a gym, help out a friend. These create the happiness chemical known as oxytocin. Oxytocin is the chemical inside of us that makes us feel good once we do something good for someone else. It doesn't only make us feel good, but anyone who is watching the good deed makes them feel happy too. Not only does it make you feel happy, but every day that you apply these acts of kindness, they increase your self esteem. Day by day, you even increase your ability to be happy because you reignite your inner spark. You start to realize again that believing in yourself is an awesome way to exist because you can change people's lives by doing small acts of kindness. Always seek to increase your self esteem by providing a service to others so that they may gain. We love to carry the weight of others. Tell me about it. As much as I don't want to, there is always someone who I would like to provide coaching and mentorship strategies. We tend to wait for others to take action, and then we notice that we are human beings, and therefore we make errors daily or consistently. But one thing is certain. I believe that there is no greater force than forgiving others for their mistake and above all, forgiving yourself. You are unique. There is a voice inside you that guides you. This voice shows you how you don't have a problem with how people look at you. This is why you should not have a problem with showing the world who you are without having to create a fictitious you. Did you know that there is no person or situation in this world that has a right to take away your smile? Many people believe that they own you. They do so by saying things to bring us down, to change our focus, or just to make certain that you are not trying to reach further than those you are typically associated with. The happy person finds solutions much faster than those who are depressed, sad, or anxious. Many happy people transform obstacles into possibilities. These are possible because when a happy person takes a task, they are focused on the good side of things. No matter how grave a situation may seem, when you show signs of enthusiasm, happiness takes the lead in figuring out solutions. Not only that, but you inspire others to do the same, providing solutions, energy, and motivation, which allow you to complete the tasks that are required on a day to day basis. Happiness fills a person with radiating positive emotions. You can inspire and motivate those around you by giving them that extra push to reach their own happy states. Isn't it wonderful to be able to spend more time with your loved ones, kids, and friends? Happy people tend to value dedicating more time to loved ones, enjoying every moment. Those who are happy leave their past and allow for the future of possibilities to take its course. Living in the moment by learning from experiences that we can encompass. Just remember that there is no perfection in this world, but to have an extraordinary day is always available if you just think positively and act by example. But not only that, a happy person is able to have a really good night's sleep as they are able to have a relaxing night. Since a happy person's mind is not cluttered with problems, they tend to feel at ease and well rested. Just remember that all that you do not matter how bad it may seem. Just remember that all that you do, no matter how bad it may seem, you can find the positive side to anything. Also, remember that everything that comes brings us a gift as we continue on our journey. Happiness is contagious, so be careful who you spread it to, as people might believe that you are part of some cult. Oh, yes, people will think of the craziest things. Even when your goal is to spread love, gratitude, cheers, support, or any type of positive feeling, someone will think that you are crazy. Chapter 6. Do we grow and learn? Workhorse, unstoppable, progressive, stalemate, incomplacent, comfortable, not a clue. Many take for granted the amount of resources available at our fingertips. Did you know that there are only very few of us who have a passion for reading, and therefore only the few benefit from the advice of those who have succeeded in life? Learning and growing can start off from those who are successful or have a story to tell, which gives us clues on how to get ahead through their writings. Not every book caters to people for the same reasons. Read what you believe is right for you. I particularly love to read biographies, autobiographies, and self help books. I read books that permit us to learn self development, books that tell us how to deal with everyday situations in order to get ahead in life and how to be happy in whatever situation we encounter. Don't you want to know how to deal with everyday situations? Don't you want to get ahead in life and be happy? It is not that we must comprehend complex books. It is that we must learn the simplicities of life all over again. The same simplicities we start out from birth, which are stripped away from our spiritual obligations due to the easier experiences of complaining, hate, negativity, lack, fear of the unknown, and ease, just to name a few. Another way of growing is to talking to other people. When you talk to someone who has gone through similar experiences, they can help you see things from a perspective that can make things easier for us. Just recently, before writing this section, I was confronted with a simple question. I was told by my client last week, I have a simple but bothersome question. I was told last week to say that I have no wheelchair by my equipment specialist. This week, the client asked me, how can I say that I have no wheelchair when I have one in the apartment? This question bugged my client. At first, I did not comprehend what was actually bothering them. So I began to think. I asked my client a few simple questions. Do you have a wheelchair? Yes. Then I asked, do you own the wheelchair? No. It was an easy question to resolve. But sometimes we get stuck in problems which cause us not to make decisions. We focus on the wrong things because we either want to make things right or don't know how to proceed once an obstacle is presented. My client had forgotten that the wheelchair he had was a loaner. So, in fact, he does not have a wheelchair. So, all he needs is to show proof that the wheelchair is not his. Focusing on situations that allow us to see a better picture means better possibilities. In order to grow and learn, we need to focus on certain aspects. Sometimes we focus too much on the incorrect questions or perspectives. It is to me, is it me, or will there always be more than one way to look at situations in our lives? It is not required for us to change our methods in this world, and much less society. But I assure you that there is a spiritual advantage to growing and learning. What do we take with us when we die? We take all the amazing experiences that we gain, positive and negative. We take the moments that we engaged in empathizing with a friend, a stranger, or a client. Every time we helped someone to solve a problem, we gain some happiness. Is it this easy to be happy? Happiness in relations to growing. Happiness depends on our ability to produce oxytocin in our bodies. Oxytocin is produced by a few different methods. However, the most effective method is helping others. Helping others is one of the major keys to our success, and obviously those that we assist. When we help another person, our stress diminishes. When you engage with that other person, our levels of oxytocin go up, and it becomes an awesome addiction. Why not help others? We were put on this earth not to hide from each other. We are here to get what we want and to pursue better things in life that lead us to a better lifestyle. It is not about rich or poor as much as it is about learning from the experiences you become involved and sharing them with others. Happiness is, therefore, a tool. If we get involved in helping others, we are using the tools given to us for free. We are using our heart and mind. We are becoming who we are meant to become. We are meant to help each other grow. When you help someone, it is also known as making an effort to change someone's life in society by contributing. Contributing is not only considered a monetary experience, it is also considered an experience where we take time out from our daily lives to do something for another person. When we go out to feed the hungry ourselves, this creates a marvelous feeling. The amount of time it takes to give money is nothing compared to the amount of time it takes to go into a food pantry and serve others. When we give money, we help others. When we give time, it is priceless and the returns are multiplied. Time can never be recuperated, but money is always readily available if you are willing to work for it. I have made it a goal for myself to help the elderly. I will start to collect money to help the elderly and will ask people to get involved in helping the elderly. The ability to give money is highly important. Now, the possibilities created from giving money and dedicating time to help others is immense. Wouldn't you be interested in contributing to others? Money is a tool. Money, if used properly, can bring you multiplied returns. If you would like to learn more on how to utilize money to produce passive income at the end of the book, there will be more information on how to contact our offices. Wouldn't you be interested in helping others? Helping is even more powerful. Going out to help someone paint a room or their house can be a life-changing moment. Talking to the elderly or a homeless person can bring joy to you as well. Going out and teaching someone a new method of producing money can bring you happiness. There are plenty of ways to grow. Learning and contribute. Learn and contribute. In order to be happy, we must live. We must enjoy life. How can I afford to take time out to enjoy life? The secret to living is giving. Sometimes the majority of us neglect to take time off to dedicate to our loved ones. I remember as my kids came into this world, I tried to dedicate time to their growing years. My oldest daughter received many hours of one-on-one reading from me as I taught her to read and understand the English language. She received countless hours on a daily basis until she became familiar with reading and comprehension. She also benefited from one-on-one mathematical problem solving. I made her work on a bit. She had some frustrations, just as I had them trying to figure out math on my own when I was her age. Now, I am really proud of her. I gave freely of my time to my child in order for her to advance. Wow. Enjoying life is not only about partying, but also seeing your children excel, especially because of you. My oldest boy is very smart in math and reading. He didn't want me to help him. However, I neglected to give him advice on other topics. It cost me later in life not to help him in other ways, including spiritually. All I ask is for God to take care of my kids, show them the way to patience, love, give them strength, wisdom, courage, and knowledge to serve others and enjoy the process. I think of my son every day. As a matter of fact, I pray for each of one of them close to daily, wishing them abundance in life, expecting them to succeed. What happened? Some of us focus so much on getting ahead in life that we forget about our immediate family. Some of us focus so much on debt that we don't even bother to think of family until something not intended seems to take its course. We see these changes regularly. How some parents who are either pretty successful or are on an unbelievable path to greatness tend to lose, sacrifice, or neglect family. It is not a good thing to do, but it has happened and will continue to happen. You see, most successful people don't leave family behind. However, many successful people will have to make some sacrifices along the way. I know because I have seen it in my own family. Chapter 7: Exceptions, Decisions, Confusion, Sacrifices, Order, Relevance, Importance. There have been many nights when I have not been able to get a good night's sleep, during which I start to think of ways that I could help my children. How can I teach my kids to learn and grow by serving others with patience, love, and compassion? Do I have the answers? At least I thought I did. I've been dealing with obstacles that my kids pose on a daily basis. I know that I can do better, but I have been trying daily, and I have regularly been failing. But one thing is that I will never stop delivering to my kids what I can to make them happy. I will continue to keep shooting and hoping one day I find the magic bullet to helping my kids find the right path. What am I talking about? There are a few things that I try to teach my kids. One of them is about eating healthier foods. They are so into fried and fast foods. What was I thinking when I got them into these kinds of foods? I have been teaching them the wrong habits for a few years. Now we need to put into their heads the importance of eating vegetables. Vegetables can give them natural energy as well as sleep better and to be able to do more work in school. I have been letting my kids know the benefits of supplements. Vitamin B is so important to many of us on a daily basis. Many people are unhappy because of an imbalance of supplements and trace minerals in their bodies. My kids are not making the vitamins daily, but I try to get them to do it at least 2 to 3 days out of the week. Trace minerals are highly important, especially in a world that is contaminated with so much pollution. Our crops should contain these trace minerals. However, the vegetables that we receive are usually treated with so many chemicals that by the time they reach us, they have no trace minerals. Trace minerals help people with many issues in their health. They can help those with asthma, those who have a loss of memory, those who need more brain power. But trace minerals are just one part of the equation to becoming a happier person in life. These are some of the minerals and supplements I provide to my kids through influence. They know the importance of these supplements and minerals. However, they seem not to believe that they are important right now. I believe that if we all took trace minerals and vitamin B supplements daily, we can accomplish more and have a more positive environment around us. It would be safer to say that less people would get sick, as well as more people would have a more positive perspective of life in general. Today, I ask myself, how can I improve the lives of my kids? How can I provide an environment so that they are happy and content? Even if I do not have the answer, I feel that I am thinking and heading in the right direction. You see, our kids will always find someone to convince them that there is a better way to do things. to make money faster, or to try a new substance to ease their pains. There are people out there trying to sell everyone a certain type of happiness. Do not be alarmed if your child has been sold on one of these fictitious happiness drugs. Weekly, I set goals to help my kids, spend time with them, and also to spend some moments with my friends. Every week, I dedicate time to my wife. I love her so much that I make it a priority in dedicating time to her every week. It is also a priority to create important moments with my kids on a weekly basis. They need to know that we love them and that we are part of their lives in whatever situation presents itself. Take time to show them that you love them because you are present in whatever it is that they choose to do. These are happy moments being created currently because time will fly. Are you challenging yourself to create happy moments with your loved ones? When will now be a good time to start dedicating time to your loved ones? Happiness is a tool that you need to learn how to plan it out, as well as being spontaneous with helping others. Every experience in life will be returned multiplied, whether it is in our favor or against us. We must be certain to think of ways to create a better life. As presented by John Wooden in his book, The Game Plan, here are his 7 rules to live by daily. Be true to yourself and God. Make each day your masterpiece. Help others. Drink deeply from good books. Make friendship a fine art. Build a shelter against a rainy day. Pray for guidance and give thanks for your blessings every day. Chapter 8: Secrets of a Healthy Life. Health and temperance. When it is free, the majority of us eat what we can put in our plates. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we see it, we tend to eat it. 90% of the world population, if not more, tends to do the same. Most of us know someone or have met someone who fits into this category. These types of people can be classified as followers, or those who are part of a herd, or just people who do what everyone else is doing. Followers tend to do what the majority like to do. The benefit of being a follower is very simple. You do what everyone else does, and therefore you benefit from sharing the same type of habits. One example is you see food, you eat food. At least 90% of the world population is pretty clear to be the majority in practicing similar eating habits. Are you eating with no risk for health concerns in the future? Eating is easy, but it can lead to an unhealthy life. Did you know that we take the risk of having a major illness by the time we are 20 years old or even younger? Do you have a plan for your health? Why weren't we told the importance of food? Why weren't we educated on the benefits of fruits and vegetables, especially leafy greens? This was part of the problem for most of us. For me, as a track runner back in high school, I did not think about the importance of what I ate since I needed constant energy. I just ate and flushed it down constantly. I didn't see a need to think about how my health would change in the next few years of my life. All of us in school ate and didn't think about the consequences of what we ate. Don't you know someone who has had this same experience? Did you know that what you eat today will reflect your health in the next 10 to 20 years? What would you do if you could go back in time because you knew you were not healthy. Britt, back in high school, was a finicky eater. Just from his actions, I learned the importance of not eating everything you get. Britt would tell us that if he could see the veins of what meat we were fed, he could not eat that meat. At a tender age of 14, Britt taught me one of my most important lessons. It was not until 20 plus years later or so that I discovered the importance of his message. Yes, I was pretty slow understanding the message. However, this will be either the start for your awareness or support for what you already may know. Why do we eat everything we see? What good can we get out of all you can eat places? We mainly eat to feel full. We don't just eat to take our hunger away. But there are many exceptions to this rule. Even though we have food, we continue to eat not just to satisfy our hunger anymore, but for other reasons as well. Sometimes we eat a lot because we exercise a lot. Some of us eat and do not notice that we continue to eat even though our bodies are showing us signs that we are eating too much. Too much food, especially the wrong kind of food, is so appealing. But did you know that too much can be a silent and slow killer that has become an addictive and necessary requirement for today's majority and society around the world? Why is too much food a silent prerequisite? Most of our foods are produced on a massive scale with chemicals to make them grow quicker and bigger or to make us want more of the product. Oh, yes. May the animals grow quicker. Haven't you noticed? When you see young boys and girls who are growing taller than the average person in your family, haven't you noticed that these boys and girls are developing hormones at a younger age? Haven't you noticed that they want to get married and have kids at a younger age? Haven't you noticed that they want lots and lots of money at a younger age? Do you think that this is a cult? Oh my, is it a cult? Absolutely not. It is your eating habits that are affecting you. An induced addiction from the very foods we eat. The more we eat, the better, right? One of the many chemicals that is found in food products is called gluten. Gluten can be used for many unbelievable benefits. Some of these benefits are associated with making us want more of the product we are consuming. Gluten is thought of being used as a preservative so that food lasts longer on the shelf of a store. Does this potentially benefit the consumer? What can gluten do to our bodies? Ever wonder why do you feel hungry even after you just ate a full meal? Gluten causes us to feel hungry immediately after eating. Have you ever felt pain or have you ever had an inflammation? Gluten is pain friendly. Oh, yes. Gluten also increases pain in our bodies, such as the pain associated with arthritis, joints, or back pain. But don't worry, at least 90% of the population follows the same program and therefore will pay no attention to this warning. What do I recommend? So keep eating and don't worry about what has been added to your food, as 90% of the population do the same thing. Eat without concern, while the remaining population applies the more conscientious approach, purchasing non GMO products. What is non GMO? Non genetically modified products are what we were meant to have from nature. GMO was created with the sole purpose, according to my personal opinion, and what has been communicated through media, to abolish hunger. Can you show me the numbers? Well, how many years have passed since gluten was implemented into food? How many communities have had hunger abolished? Can anyone show me the statistics of how hunger is being abolished today? Oh, they forgot their promise to abolish hunger. Gluten. This is just one of the chemicals that are added to products. Can you imagine if we went over the whole list of products being added to processed foods, meats, all home use chemicals, and even fruits and natural vegetables? Did you know that Europe does not support GMO products? Did you know that it is a standard to provide GMO free products in almost all of Europe's establishments? What could you do to minimize gluten intake? One of the wonderful things in our world is that you can access gluten free products. Gluten free can be a little bit more expensive now, but compared to doctor visits later on in your life, it is worth the investment today. I believe gluten is one chemical totally worthy of being eliminated from our diets. This is a grand health investment. Going gluten free is a way to eliminate a chemical that eventually causes illnesses or disease. That is not required. As I ask people, which do you prefer? You can either invest in your health now, and it will be an investment of a few dollars at a time, or prepare for that massive six-figure when you have to be taken to the emergency room 10 to 20 or more years from now. Gluten has become an issue even with young children. I have a friend of the family who has a boy that is 8 years old. He suffers from severe arthritis in his right eye. His parents have been offered my natural hygiene services for free, and you would think that they would take advantage of it. It has been several weeks since I offered a simple solution to a healthier lifestyle, but they have not even bothered to ask me about it. What would you do if your child was experiencing severe pain on the verge of being operated upon? Even if I give out the information necessary to take care of your body, what would you do with it? It is not required of you or someone you know. Isn't it better to be kept a secret? Most people believe that when they start a program for improvement, it should take less than 2 weeks to heal. It would be awesome, but if it takes many years to develop a general illness, it will take a while, maybe a year or two, to cure it. The dangers of water. When I was growing up, I constantly drank water. I love to drink water over any other substance. But surely enough, soda and juices enveloped my taste buds. I became addicted. I stopped the amounts of water intake because soda and juices tasted so much better. Did you know that there are prevailing dangers in water? Most of us don't even know when we are thirsty. Even our pee starts to look darker because of the dangers of water, that is, the lack of it. Water. At the same time, there are other signs such as loathing of sweets, like I was engaged in drinking sodas and juices. Our bodies are on the verge of dehydration when our pee is mixed with blood. We have a change in mood, or even when we want to exercise and cannot complete it because of possible lower blood pressure due to not having sufficient water in our bodies. One of the major dangers of water is a secret as to why people are becoming diabetic. In general, most people are not hydrated. We have become a culture of drinking processed foods and liquids that we feel that water does not meet our needs. Diabetes can occur because if you don't have enough water in your body, as your sugar intake increases, our body cannot get rid of it. We then experience what is known as a drop in sugar levels because our body is confused and needs help in handling the excess. What is the prescription for handling this danger? Insulin is the answer. At least for the medical industry, it is the answer. Didn't you know that the true answer is taking as much water as possible into your body? Didn't you think that you create diabetes just because you are lacking in our bodily need for water? There are other nutrients that diabetics, pre diabetics, low iron people can benefit from. The bottom line on water is that aren't we made of water? Aren't we supposed to replenish that water daily? For most who are healthy, 8 cups of water, 8 ounces each per day, is what keeps us going normally. For those who are either overweight or diabetic, they need to so much more water in their bodies. But when you mention this to them, they look at you as if you were crazy. They also fear getting out of their comfort zone. They also are afraid of making a change because water signifies danger to their minds. In actuality, the lack of water is where the danger exists. So the next time you run into someone who says that they are diabetic, just let them know. Do not take water because it will only heal you. Obviously, this is a start to get your health back, and there are other things that need to be done. But this is where most people should begin the search for healing. Go. Chapter 9. Constipation. Isn't it great not having to go to the bathroom? Is it quite unbelievable how we react to those who can't process their foods? There are many people out there who believe it is a blessing not to have to go to the bathroom on a daily basis. The perplexity of this situation is that there are those who envy people that can last a few days without having to poop. I believe that we as humans are supposed to go to the bathroom to poop daily or as close to daily as possible. When I started to gain weight, one of the first signs that I was headed into trouble was my lack of going to the bathroom. Although I had many other signs that I was not totally healthy, this one concerned me the most once I knew what it meant. Constipation, isn't it great? Yes. Constipation is what is driving many people, regardless of their nationalities, to hold their poop longer than is necessary. Not only that, but the fact that this is the start to exploding Pandora's box and creating a wealth of illness. I say wealth because people in general believe that it is okay to be constipated. Constipation is a good sign for those who do not know the repercussions of having the symptoms. Many of us who experience constipation is because our body cannot get rid of daily waste as rapidly as it should. Why can't we get rid of bodily waste? Perhaps we are eating too much of the wrong foods. It is possible that we do not even notice that we are doing this because there are so many chemicals added to food to make it taste better, to kill our taste buds, to knock out our sensibility to saying, "Stop, I am full." When you are unable to go to the bathroom, you create what is known as a buildup. Your body is unable to get rid of junk, and so what does it do? Your body sends that junk to wherever it can be stored until it is ready to be released. Some will have that waste to go to their legs, others to their chest. Others will have that waste accumulate on their arms, intestines, pancreas, or stomach. Which do you prefer? Every time that I give a conference or a seminar on health, I tell people how I beat the overweight that was taking over me. I do not say this to impress you, but to impress upon you that anything that you put to your mind and believe, you can achieve. each and every person is different. But from my seminars, you get a sense that you are not alone. There are other people wanting to take the fight on with you on beating the eating addiction that exists. This is the same with those who have diabetes, cancer, psoriasis, eczema, constipation, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, melanomas, cysts, varicose veins, cerebral palsy, blind and mute children, and or anyone who believes that alternative therapy is vital to their success. Just remember that we were born on an inhale and we will die on an exhale. What happens if you don't have any air to breathe? Don't you think it is worth taking the time to understand how important we are? How important it is to take our care of ourselves? How important it is for us to keep living in a healthy environment? Chapter 10. Build up consequences. Two words come to mind as we talk about health in general: deficiency and toxicity. Deficiency, according to the dictionary, means a lack or a shortage, especially of something essential to health. An insufficiency, a nutritional deficiency. Can you see where the deficiency exists? Every day, we are eating less natural food because processed foods are much easier to find. Can't you tell how you have to look around for a place that serves better foods? Purchasing perfumes or house cleaning products mostly have added chemicals that are causing us harm. Not everyone is affected the same way, but many of us react to chemicals that are found in our daily usable products. Toxicity, according to the dictionary, means the degree to which a substance, a toxin or poison, can harm humans or animals. Many of us are known as the walking dead. Oh my, what does this mean? We are walking around with heavy toxic buildups and poisons in our bodies. We are not concerned with changing ourselves, but more interested in being able to keep doing what we always have been doing. It is unbelievable, but most of us don't even bother to ask themselves, how can their health be improved? Why? When are you going to notice that you are either just too big, eating too much, not processing your foods normally, having too many aches, pains, headaches, sleepless nights, itching, and the list goes on and on? When is the best time to check out why we are the way we are, whether it is healthy or not? Instant gratification is the model for today's society. However, the opposite and more underutilized word of instant gratification is patience. Why does patience go hand in hand with health? If it took you several years to get where you are today, don't you think it will at least take several weeks or a year or two to either heal your body or start the process of healing? Do not give up. It takes more time than you know. Don't you want to know the facts? Well, did you know that the results do not happen overnight? If they were overnight, we wouldn't have all the illnesses that are taking over the human population, as well as the plant population and animal population. Why do we eat so much meat? What is meat? For many of us, we need to understand that meat usually consists of chicken, beef, and pork, and other animals or birds. Did you know that the majority of meat consumption today is highly processed beyond natural methods? We consume meat that has been raised via a hormone enhancing environment. Meat has become a highly processed food. Meat has gone right into a highly chemical induced system. I believe that meat is a system. Meat is not only a system of natural grazing, but it is being maintained with high antibiotics. Why are we being sold meat to satisfy our tastes and not necessarily our hunger? Most people around the world will never know the difference between grass fed, cage free, and farm raised. What is the difference? Grass fed, specifically the way that cows are brought up eating grass through their whole life cycle. Did you know that most cows this day and age are not being fed grass? Did you know that there is a shortage in grass? Well, what can scientists choose to feed cows if there is not enough grass? The answer is corn. Cows, for the most part, are being fed corn. But did you know that cows cannot handle eating corn? Cows would have diarrhea without the help of antibiotics. Oh, yes, in order for cows to hold the corn in their bodies, they have to get antibiotics. Now, cows can hold all the corn that they are fed thanks to antibiotics and hormones. But not only that, cows grow at an accelerated pace thanks to the processed corn with hormones. Cage free relates to chickens or birds in general. Cage free can mean a few things. The average chicken grows from chick to adult within 45 days, but with chemicals, they can grow within 12 to 15 days. Doesn't that sound like accelerated growth? Why do you think that many of the young children around the world who did not have developed bodies or hormones from a look at history are now thinking of marriage as early as 8 and 9 years old? These same children are even developing their bodies at that young age. I get shocked when kids this age tell me that they need deodorant. Don't you know that this is part of what affects our children's change and growth? It can possibly mean they are antibiotic free, but you must read the labels to purchase products that are cage free and antibiotic and hormone free. If the eggs you are purchasing do not indicate if they are antibiotic free or cage free, then those eggs or chickens are brought up in a chemically induced environment. Now, this next set of terms can be confusing. Farm raised versus wild. Farm raised sounds so sweet, right? Well, when it comes to fish, who knew that fish could be raised on a farm? Farm raised, when it comes to fish, is not eating grass or chickens or cows. But did you know that they could possibly be eating the leftovers of cows, the dung of chickens, and anything else that has not made the assembly line for meat products? Farm raised is great for chickens, cows, and pork. But when we speak about fish, what happens? I believe fish are meant to be in the wild. Fish are meant to be raised naturally or in chemical free environments. These naturally raised fish are not known as farm raised. They are known as being brought up in the wild. The wild is referring to its natural environment. Fish in their natural environment taste quite dry compared to the greasy chemical pumped environment that is experienced from being farm raised. It is to your best concerns to not eat farm raised constantly. The consequences are that your body alone with your health will wind up in a health risk environment. If you were to walk in any major city around the world, with the exception of a few places, you would notice that most people are becoming overweight. 2 out of 3 Americans are either overweight or are suffering from obesity. People are starting to resemble chicken-like human beings. Wow, this is what we are starting to resemble as a whole. Chickens that are unhealthy, overweight, and highly pumped with processed chemicals. Pork is probably the most unhealthy animal product out in the market. However, it is one of those products that people are craving for its greasy content. Eating it once in a while may be okay. What happens if you have some of these products regularly? Cholesterol goes up and your immune system goes down. The more you have, the more risk you face. Aren't you hungry for pork chops? Which of these meat products is your favorite? Are you willing to live with the fact that if you or someone you know eats these products daily, that you or someone you know is cutting your lifespan in half? How many people do you know who are overweight and above 60 years old? The reality is that people in general are starting to live much shorter lives because of the poor choices in food that we are making as a whole. According to the food you consume daily, how long do you want to live? Do you prefer to continue eating meat daily or cutting down on your portions to increase the chances of living an extra 10, 20, 30 years or more? We are not required to stop our consumption of meat or any other food product, but too much of any product is not good for any of us. If you know someone who eats too much meat, milk, or cheese, ask them the following questions. How long are you planning to live? What are you doing right now to be certain that you live that long? How do you see your health status 10 years from now? Would you consider changing what your food intake is in order to live an extra 10 to 20 years? Did you know that all of this can be done while you enjoy the process of healing and losing weight? For those who want to seek better practices, start by using a cereal-sized bowl instead of a plate for your food. This is a better way to measure your servings of food daily. Chapter 11, Mental Health. Although many of us were poor during the days that we were in school, we sometimes get to realize the basic parts of life by learning from our teachers certain things that are not required and remain secrets of life. The teachers dedicated more time to most of us outside of the classroom than they were paid and were meant to give. They helped to guide our ways of thinking because of what they told us on a personal basis. Most importantly, the best teachers had a written plan for the daily class, the week, if not the whole year. I thank you, Mr. Stephen Kerrigan and Mr. Brian Donahue, for believing in me to this very day. Without your concerns for my well-being, I would not have had any guidance. They showed me and all of us the importance of contributing to those who needed more than we did. Yes, we were broke, but there will always be something to give to someone else. Most people will never realize the fundamental power of giving. It is so powerful to give to others. Did you know that most people will never know the secrets of how giving works? Most people would never think that there is a magical power in giving. This is how my mind started to focus on contributing to others throughout my life from about the age of 12. As a student, contributing to others made a huge difference. The little tiny favor that at times I provided to others at the expense of my own time and energy, without expecting to gain anything in return, gave me a small shot of a great chemical feeling called oxytocin. Every time we do something good for someone else, we get a good psychological feeling. When others do something really cool for us as well, we get the same feeling. But when I was 12, I didn't know how oxytocin worked, nor did I have any intentions of doing it to get the sensation that was created. Chapter 12, Mental Health Nonstop. I really loved our freshman classroom because we operated as a team, not only because we won at field day, basketball, and fundraising, but because our homeroom teacher ran a tight shift and pushed us to become our best. I do not believe Miss Ann Straub was a normal teacher because she was magical. She meant business, and we knew we had to keep up with her. I loved her strategy, and I believe it is part of what formed me to this day. Yes, the formation is much more important for us than regular education. Although the trend is shifting, more and more kids are listening to sad and shameless stories from other individuals. We knew that if we fell out of place, we should make sure we were held accountable and reprimanded. We were all in silence as soon as she looked at us, and her whole body meant what she portrayed, a disciplined mental state that got us on track. I thank Miss Straub for her ways. I was grateful of Miss Straub for her methods of teaching us art as well. It was a mental game that involved some logic at times, and at other times involved creativity. I was not great at art, but she drilled it pretty well into me that I came out all right. I was in love with her approach to teaching because it was more about her format towards us and her delivery of the material that mattered most. While I was a student, it did not occur to me that her methods were forming my active thinking process. I am grateful to Miss Straub, and for her ways kept us, all of us anticipating what would be our unexpected participation. Why didn't I think of this? School brought on responsibilities beyond homework, tests, and quizzes. I became involved in student council. This was great to be able to contribute to the student body. We had to organize dance fundraisers, and things started to get very busy back then. I was a great Latin dancer, but I had no idea on how to bust the moves to hip hop, freestyle, and rap. I know I was part of the reason of people laughing at me while I was trying to dance, but it didn't bother me. I was a bit embarrassed, but I kept right on as I liked the girl that I was dancing with. It was a challenge to learn the moves. Enjoying it was part of the reasons I did it. So, what was an exciting alternative since I didn't know how to dance? Watch others and do whatever move they were doing. I can't deny that it was fun, but I was way off the beat. But I had no moves, and I was just out there doing the best I could to have a shot at impressing a girl. I was made fun of and purposefully asked to dance so others could enjoy the show. Luckily for my embarrassing situation, we didn't have easy access to video recordings. It was also a great thing to be one of the popular kids in the school. Many of my peers would look up to me for advice and information. After all, the only way to get involved in student council was by a vote of your peers. Taylor, the most popular student in my grade, was president for all 4 years, and I was vice president for all 4 years as well. It was great working together with Taylor, and he really deserved to be president. I miss those days, and at the same time, I am truly grateful for having spent time with them. They were filled with joy and minimal worries. We had the opportunity to create and provide opportunities for our fellow students. We were planning and envisioning small productions that we took to new heights. Yes, it is all mental planning. We create a world within our minds. Yet some of us, especially youngsters, believe in pursuing these dreams. We did see the vision to create a positive atmosphere for all. We had the opportunity not only to create, but to implement and be a part of our creations. Envisioning what we wanted out of our events made it much easier to have them come to life. I believe it all starts mentally. This has made an amazing impact on my life. In the fall of senior year, I fell while training in Van Cortlandt Park. No one believed that I was injured, not Coach B. Riley or my fellow runners. I was in deep pain and could not run without feeling the pain. This was the beginning of a steep hill in my life. I was in for some tough mental challenges in my senior year. Why did I quit cross country and track? What was I planning to gain from leaving the team? Life teaches us that we are not required to be understood. What we go through and the way we feel can create challenges to be resolved. First, as Richard Bandler, the author, would say, we need to accept our experiences for what they are, but not worse than what they could be. Then we need to find resolutions or answers to make situations before us and others, which means that with proper guidance or a coach or a program, we have to figure out what is expected from us in life, despite the opinions of our peers. In one of my businesses, I have a passion to train and prepare entrepreneurs to help families build a better future despite the anger, sadness, worries, pains, anxieties, or any other sad feeling that we may experience. We need to find answers to our problems instead of focusing on the fact that we have a problem. Don't you know someone who is constantly focused on a problem? Someone who is either upset, depressed, or confused, who does not think the following: what else could this mean? Yes, this is such an important phrase and question. It brings light to what was thought of to be dark. Later in life, I thought to myself, when I fell in Van Cortlandt Park as a high school cross country runner, was this running accident just a coincidence? I never thought of it that way when it happened. It was out of the running environment for many months. I was out of the running environment for many months. After many sessions with a chiropractor, many weeks later, I felt great again. I didn't wish to run while I was in college, which cost me heavily, as I was very good at it in high school. I lost the love of running for a basic reason that took me over 20 years to realize. When you are part of a team, no one is supposed to be left behind. You feel obligated to push forward with your team. You feel it is your responsibility to contribute to your team. I felt left because no one approached me from the team to ask me to come back or to support them while they ran. Was this the true meaning of a team? Why didn't anyone feel the obligation or responsibility to ask me why I was not around on the team? I met a girl in the springtime of senior year at high school. I was not familiar with falling in love, but that is what I thought it felt like. I didn't care what the outcome would be, but I wanted this relationship to happen. I was so in love that I would not listen to anyone else. Teachers tried to talk me out of it. I was never convinced because F. Jack, one of my toughest and best mentors, grinded me into a hole. I felt no one understood what being in love meant. The funny and most ridiculous thing was that, would you imagine that not even I knew what love was? After the fact of the relationship, it felt as if it was definitely infatuation. It was a fling that lasted 3 months. I received the finest award for my romance. I got dumped in the first garbage truck that was able to pick me up. Boy, all my peers made fun of me for many years that followed. I was the center of attention for those who had no relationships. I became depressed for a short time, but at the same time, I was determined. I say depressed because I was embarrassed to be seen by anyone from neither my family nor my peers. I did cry for the first day or two. It was a strong feeling of being destroyed internally. I felt without love. Then, a few months later, I realized that I do not have to feel this way. I also asked myself, why was I concentrating on the negative things in life? Yes, I concentrated on feeling without love. I believe that we all do this at one point or another. Some of us even manage to contemplate suicide. Others choose to find another solution. As I mentioned earlier, what else could this mean? This will definitely help you to realize that tough circumstances happen for bigger reasons than we can grasp at the very moment of feeling a catastrophe in our lives. You see, we are to encompass many obstacles in life. Can you believe that this could be normal or even consider that it could be good? Our minds tend to go into a specific state of looking at this life created obstacle and seeing the situation worse than it really should be seen. There is always more than one way to look at a situation. Again, I repeat, there is always more than one way to look at any situation. The purpose is mainly to find out our best growth out of the experience and how can we apply it to our own way of thinking and doing. You know, I thank God I was not stuck to that sour relationship at that point in my life. I was truly grateful for my experience. Then I started to get back on track. I was determined to get back to college. Can you believe it? I had dropped out of college due to my broken relationship, in quotations, T instead of a P. After several months of hiding and trying to escape from my reality, I applied to St. Peter's College, now a university in parentheses. The truth was that I could never escape nor hide my situations. No matter what I had done or what was done to me, someone was almost certain to find out what was going on in my life. Did you ever feel this way too? It was always present inside my head and my heart that I could not escape reality. When I started to face the truth and see it for what it was, my world started to work in my favor. I stopped being a slave of my own thoughts. Wow, a slave of my negative emotions. Yes, we tend to drive ourselves into negative thoughts so deeply that some in that same type of situation contemplate suicide. I believe that it matters what we think about. Whatever we concentrate on, our ability is unbelievably powerful in magnifying that experience. Our minds are so powerful that we can become what we think about. This is true for anyone and anything that we come to concentrate on every day. People have been known to convince themselves into riches just by concentrating on the objective. Some have invented amazing creations such as the airplane because of their vision. Others have unfortunately left this world because they felt a sense of loss in which there was no hope or love. At St. Peter's College, I was determined to get a degree that would lead to an amazing job. I did not just attend college, but I did my best to deliver worthy grades. Yes, I had a class or two that my grades could have been better. I remember even completing group assignments on my own as not to risk getting a poor grade. Not only did I get awesome grades on the group assignments, but one of my professors pointed out that he knew I did the projects on my own and that they were quality work. Wow, it was a mental state of assuring myself what I was determined to acquire. I was sure that every good grade leads to a good job. Well, did it? I graduated with a 3.46 average because my Spanish professor gave me a really low grade. I should have challenged my grade, as I felt this professor was truly unfair in the way he graded my work. I know I had participated as well as promptly did all my research. I was done with fighting at school just to get a better grade and accepted my low score for the Spanish course. I could have been wrong, but I chose not to do anything about it. Boy, do you know what I found out? Keep reading, and you will too. Chapter 13. Mentally, give it another try. I had my second failure in love in my life during my college years. I felt as the world would end. I was so embarrassed and ashamed that I again turned away from every person in my life. I kept to myself so that no one knew what I was involved with. I hid from every person as to not have to be ridiculed for a second time. I wouldn't even visit my family. It was so depressing that I felt the world around me had collapsed. But it was not about the loving part nor the being dumped part. It was more about what good or funny thing did I get or learn from my relationship. I learned that we could give all we want to give, and the more we give, the more we are able to get back. I received more than I gave. I learned that I could dedicate all the time I wanted. I received more time from this person. I learned that communication is important to know how the other person feels. But I learned communication the hard way. I only found out because she would ask me questions, waiting for me to ask her the same questions. For example, she would ask me how was work. I would respond, okay. That was it. That was the end of the conversation. How terrible of me. She was waiting for me to ask her how her day went. That is it. I believe we all want someone to ask us how was our day and how could we make it better. I never asked. I believe I was not learning fast enough to communicate, how to communicate. She constantly asked about our future plans together. I never had solid answers. Can you imagine not having a plan for your life? Did you know that this is a requirement to succeed? Being mentally prepared is a requirement for relationships, especially to understand your partner and everything that happens to both of you. When are you going to start putting your spouse first? That is when your biggest growth happens mentally. I didn't have access to getting answers quickly, so I resolved to the next best thing. I kept a heavy schedule as never to have time to think. I was brilliant at brainstorming ideas. At least I thought I was pretty good. I was on a roll with what I needed to do next. Did it work? Absolutely not. After all, I had all the answers. I just chose to pick the easier path so that I would not have to deal with my failures. Does this sound like anyone you know? After keeping away from my family and friends for about 2 to 3 years, a lot changed. I found out that my grandfather had passed away. Not only did he pass away, but my grandmother passed away within a year. That was true love if I had ever known of love. I did not find out about this until well after it had occurred. What could I do? I only could learn from my experience. I needed to accept the experience for what it was, but not worse than it could have been. Wow. What a simple and yet powerful way to look at my situation. No better method to put positive mental experiences in my review of what just happened. Just remember that these are all momentary challenging moments of life which we need to learn how to better address circumstances and obstacles instead of just getting upset. Chapter 14. Mentally keeping away. What mental state did I think I was avoiding? For as long as I put off to face my failures and embarrassments, they still manage to find a way to come around. It's like a shadow that appears not all the time, but whenever the situation permits it to say, aha, I am here. Yep. When you avoid facing your failures, fears, or whatever else you want to call it, they seem to keep a hold of you. We become prisoners of our own fictitious realities. We create in our minds the negative or positive emotions we choose to associate with. These emotions seem to become some spirit that constantly stays by your side and every so often takes advantage of certain situations to say, I told you so. This is why we need to be aware of our own mental health and mental choices. We can argue and complain, or we can accept situations and not make an attempt to change them. Yes, argue and complain are much easier to pick. However, did you know that when we start accepting situations for what they are, miracles tend to happen? We tend to have our greatest growth from acceptance and growth of whatever life presents us with. Why would we fight situations instead of accepting them as a way to learn, a way to change, and a way to grow? At that tender age of 25, I wish I had known I could tell myself to shut up. I did not realize I could talk to myself until much later in life in a way that seemed like I was in a courtroom. I did not know that I could find my inner negative voices in contempt of my own mental courtroom. Yes, those voices that tell you that you cannot do it. You are going to fail. You will not make it past the obstacle. Why bother? If this was not mental, I do not know what could have been in my head. Well, when I started to realize that my failures were not around, that those negative beliefs, especially in my thoughts, my life made a change for the better. I didn't feel I was carrying chains anymore to my past. Being able to let go and accept my experiences made it much easier to understand them. I started to open up to the family again. Yes, I was embarrassed. Yes, I did not want to talk about my failures, but I felt the best when I confronted my fears. I felt as if a weight had been taken off my mental courtroom, which I started to take control of within my head. After several months of being single, if not over a year, I pursued to find another young lady and try my chances at love once more. This person was my age, 24. I happened to meet her at the same time that she was having a marriage crisis. Wow, I got lucky, didn't I? Now, not only was I finishing up college, but now I had to play counselor. This person was indeed a fine young lady. She was intellectual. She definitely had a purpose in life by wanting to work for her father and for her son. Now, I was not just dealing with a woman, but also with a son. I was not an expert, but I attempted to offer advice to her issues with life. I attempted to make her son feel welcomed. This was another disaster in my life, as when I started to fall in love with her, she was ready to dump me for what she said that she was not ready to commit. How in the world does this happen to me again? I was upset. I lacked focus. I did not know how to handle that line drive. If we all paid more attention to concerns and these challenging situations, they give us the best signs of growth. How could I fall into a love trap again? Now you can see why I was afraid. I never connected my past relationships until later in life. When I did reflect, much later in life, I could clearly see the pattern. Why do we forget to take time out to reflect on our experiences, obstacles, and hurdles? I could understand where I was wrong. I could understand that I was too young for this very smart and hardworking mother. I needed the experience to teach me the importance of maturing and being responsible. I needed the experience to teach me the importance of not having kids at an early age. Was I ready to take on the extra baggage? I wasn't even ready to take care of myself and let alone to have a complete relationship. What did I get out of this relationship? I learned a great deal about communication. I learned that we who choose to enter into a relationship need to always be aware of treating the other person better than we treat ourselves. When I thought I knew what I was doing because of her son, I was totally off course. A mother has a priority to her children. A stepdad needs to reinforce this relationship or get off the bus. I wanted to show all my unconditional support for both of them, but I was not ready. Not to mention that I was too young to make such a commitment in life. It was not easy, but I was truly grateful for coming across such a great young lady. She taught me the importance of caring for others. Best of all, how to reinforce love in any relationship. Family and children are always a priority. The truth remained the same. I was not convinced of my failure for love yet. I was grateful for meeting her. It was not the worst breakup as she timed it in a way that I was on a plane alone, my disguised garbage truck, in parentheses, and waited until I landed before breaking up with me. I felt horrible and destroyed for a second time. My mother really liked this young woman. My mother used to say that I may never find another woman like her. Although I waited several months before asking anyone out, it was worth it. Every time I took a break after a relationship, it was well worth it. I needed that break. I needed to keep alone for a while. This gave me many opportunities. You see, most of us will never think about what happened in our past relationships. Most will never take time to reflect and resolve in our heads what was the reason that things worked out the way they did. I was able to reflect and determine how wrong I had been to her and her child. It gave me a chance to catch up with some of my friends. I was in need of reconnecting with friends. What a better way to reconnect with friends while you are single and do not have deep commitments. Once you are away from someone's life for a while, things change. One of my better friends changed his perspective of me when I came back to reality. I do not know what happened, but I know it had to do with his current relationship. Unfortunately, this is one of those lessons that are not required. Some of us, when we go into relationships, we tend to feel a magnetic pull to keep away from our friends. Why do we tend to keep away from our friends when we are in a relationship? The reason has to do with fear. People, in general, tend to fear putting their current relationships in jeopardy by having their friends visit. When a young couple gets married, some will avoid contact with other humans while in their relationship. Don't you know or can you imagine this type of situation where someone you know who is recently married just doesn't want to see you anymore? You We fear that we might be in competition with our friends over our current spouse. We fear that bringing friends into the relationship will make matters worse. We fear that our friends might like our spouse and may try to ruin our relationship. This may sound crazy, but I am not far off from the reality of the situation, especially for young couples. Can you imagine what would happen if we were confident and had no fear? Can you imagine If we showed trust in our spouse and our friends, our relationships would grow exponentially. We could have a stronger foundation based relationships. Our love life would be firm and able to grow in a unified way. Yes, we tend to forget that marriage is about unification, love, patience, and communication for better or worse, and in sickness or health. We need to be involved in activities with our spouses. We need to give them much more of us compared to what we tend to give of ourselves on activities without them. Is this insane or does this make sense? One day, I remembered going to my friend's home and told his wife, "Wow, that's a nice dress." Can you believe that she went and told my best friend, her husband, that I was hitting on her? I was not the guy to hit on my friends' relationships, but our friendship went sour after that. I hope she was happy for creating such a conflict between us. To this day, we do not talk as much. Things happen for reasons beyond our control and understanding. Although I do not speak as much to my friend J.A., he has turned into a faith filled person with his current family. God bless you more and more, J.A., in every way and every day. All I can say is I am grateful to have had such a great friend while growing up. I am grateful to have had trust from his mother, who believed that her son's spouse was capable of creating stories in order for the outcomes to be in her favor. Unbelievable, but that was my psychological test which I had to overcome. My other best friend, after dumping his wife with 4 kids, wound up with a younger lady. He turned his back away from me because his younger wife felt I was a threat to their newly established relationship. I know that insecurity is a big issue with people in general. I know that she felt I was a problem and therefore I walked away. It was not so much to keep away, but more to help them stay together. To this day, they seem unhappy. I have offered to assist with my coaching abilities. However, not everyone wants to be rescued from their current situation. Most do not need help to create a bigger and better outlook on life, especially when it is a longtime friend. Friends will unlikely approach other friends to assist with finding answers to their problems. How could a longtime friend, in quotations, me, end quotations, turn into a magical rescue service that is a performance enrichment coach? So now I have more challenges. My 2 great friends are gone. No woman at my side. I was ashamed as my aunts made fun of me because I couldn't last with a girl. This was definitely creating fear in my mental state. What could I do to understand the situation and possibly impress everyone? Then I found female partner number 3 at the age of 25. As I got to my final year in college, I met a young lady who will be called D. She was supposed to definitely have been the girl of my dreams. We never fought. We always gave each other space. We took our time. We had a relationship that went beyond 2 years. Everything was perfect. We were confident about each other. We spent time with friends and had an amazing relationship. It was love, but it was so much more. We were great friends. Nothing should be boring in a relationship unless you want it to end. Speaking of boring relationships, Dee tells me one day that she wants to go visit her father in her country of birth. At that moment, I felt like a garbage truck ran over me. I lost my grip on reality. I couldn't sleep. I barely could think right. I didn't eat much. Can this really happen to anyone? Can anyone realize that relationships and marriages can lead to surprises? You might be asking yourself, what is wrong in her wanting to see her father. Well, Dee did not dare to ask how I felt about her wanting to go see her dad. She did not even invite me to go with her. Can you believe how this affects a relationship when only one person wants to go on a trip without the other? I was absolutely astonished because why was I not invited? So I did what anyone would do. I said, sure, you can go see your father. But I then told her, well, aren't you going to invite me to go with you? Her response was unbelievable. She said that it was not safe for me to go because of high crime. Not only did a garbage truck run over me, but it pressed me flat on the pavement. Yes, I was flat faced. Can you believe it? I was not myself when she left. I could have told her no. I could have told her, if I can't go with you, you can't go alone. I could have said many things. However, I chose not to express my feelings. Don't you know that? Not saying what you feel will create more psychological issues. I tried to keep calm for the 2 weeks she was away. I was unable to sleep. I really thought we were in love for a third time, or our first in this case, and my third time. But my mistake started from the moment I created fear of the situation. I was fearful of her going to her country on her own. I was not myself. I was totally insecure. Did this affect me? It made me so affected that I became Frankenstein. I was in a trance and did not know how to react. I only thought of negative outcomes. I felt chills of sour events that could be happening while in her country. Was this real? I don't know. But wait and read what happened next. When Dee got back, I was so excited to see her, but she was not that excited anymore. I did not see that love that she had for me anymore. I felt odd when she received me. I did not know what was going on. She said that she needed time to think. She was not sure of what she wanted to do. How could I allow this to happen to me for the third time? She apparently met someone in her country, but I had all the answers. I knew what was best. I begged her so much to give me another chance. At the same time, I devised a plan so that I would not be hurt in the end. My genius plan was to get her to love me again, but at the same time, for me to start pulling away from the relationship. It was hard at the beginning. Within 3 months, I managed to pull it off. After two other attempts at relationships, this was the first girl that I seemed to be truly in a loving relationship. Was I ready to break up with her? I had such a plan that no one helped me devise or question my point of view. I created this plan mentally. I knew that I was in control. I was such a genius that I never doubted my plan for a moment. How in the world did I manage to pull it off? It was easy. I did exactly as I sought out to accomplish. I completely took her out of my immediate memory and placed her in my forgotten memories. Then, that unexpected day came when I hit her with the same thing. D hit me. The same thing that D hit me. I told D that I didn't want a relationship with her anymore. Wow, I just broke up with the girl I was in love with. I did it. I saw my plan come through that day. D was in total disbelief. She was crying. I had minimal feelings for her. She followed me around for a few weeks. This was really tough on her as for me. I pulled off the biggest bailout of a commitment that anyone could pull off. Boy, I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I owned the situation of this breakup. Wow, if only I had noticed how much of a fool I was back then. The way I broke up with her may have been one of my worst plans in life because things could have been resolved. I never questioned my own plans. I never tried to think if it was worth fighting for another chance. I never thought, what if I can gain her trust and make things happen better than what they originally were? Why would I think another way, any other way? Why would I think any other way? 17 years later, I received a call from her to wish me happy birthday. I was in complete shock when she called WTF in question mark. It seemed like I was contacted by a ghost. How in the world did I manage to forget about her completely? And at that moment, remember everything that we had gone through. Can you imagine what it feels like to hit a wall? I know. I hit a wall very hard at that moment. I know that I had forgotten how horrible it was of me to end such a relationship. Although I did not think she was completely sincere with me, it was not my area of focus. I did not concentrate on what she was doing or not, because time would tell what truly was going to happen. It was not easy. Wow, what a jackass I turned out to be. Did you know that when you persist in life, when you're about to give up, the best moments can come to life? Well, this was supposed to be one of those moments many years ago. You see, we take for granted that in life we have to fight for what we believe is worthy of achieving. We are not meant to acquire greatness overnight. We are not meant to have all the possibilities of life without sacrificing our time to acquire greatness and success. This is all mental. I believe that if we have ideas, situations, goals, reasons that we can find to live, we can put them down on paper. We can make all of the aforementioned possibilities by making them visual. Don't you know of someone who has gone through this type of situation? This was one of those moments. This was a moment that I should never have completely followed through. I seriously, in a mental shock after realizing I was seriously in a mental shock after realizing what I had managed to do. How did I resolve this situation? I did not know exactly how to resolve the freaking situation that I created. Finally, I decided to contact her. It took me almost 3 years to resolve after she called me and almost 20 years after we broke up. I told her that I was not interested in starting a relationship, but I wanted to ask for forgiveness of her for my actions, which were malignant. I felt horrible. She felt the same way. She started crying as we remembered the time we had spent together. I was a fool, but this day that I wanted to repent came as an enlightenment to my former devious self. No one is totally happy when they have to treat someone else wrong. This is why I asked for a pardon. What is the ultimate way of being fulfilled? This is your mental health. Forgiving those that have crossed you or asking for forgiveness from those we take for granted. Focusing on the goodness of situations because we tend to not get out of the mind those things that make us angry, upset, sad, depressed, and or worried. I believe in you. I believe that we can think of better ways to look at ourselves and society and the way we take certain circumstances. We need each other to learn. This is how we can change for the better. Then we can pass it forward by serving others. If you are young enough to create a vision for what you would like out of your marriage, or if you want to improve what you already have, do the following. Get a journal and set a goal for relationships. Set a goal on how you would like your spouse to be. Set goals on what level of education you would like them to have. What type of work would you like them to be involved with? How many kids you can agree to have? How long of a relationship you would like to have with them? Someone who, instead of getting upset with you at every turn, is constantly searching for solutions and ways to keep love alive. Someone who wants to improve the relationship and will not easily give up at the sign of trouble or disagreements. Someone who is in agreement with you on where you should live and possibly have kids or not have kids. This person could either love to travel and have adventures or just love to stay home. Someone who loves and has a passion for similar things as you do. Someone who either loves to work out and maintain their body, or someone who is comfortable being big boned and overweight. The more reasons that you can come up with, the better the relationship that you can have. You can dream it, create a vision, write it down, and then seek for such a person and never give up until you find them. Chapter 15. Physical Health. It was never about my physique. Most of us should learn to either be content with what we have or work damn hard to change it or get surgery. What you see is what you can accept or you can change it. For many years, I had chosen to accept my physical health without ever asking myself, how am I feeling? I loved sports. I was a runner and a swimmer since I was 10 years old. I love to run to this day. Any sport is worth doing, especially now that everyone has a phone or a tablet that we cannot manage to put down. It is getting tougher for kids to find time to put into creating opportunities for extracurricular activities. Please, neither a cell phone nor a tablet qualifies for a physical activity unless you are moving your whole body. Can these be useful to do exercise? Yes. Devices can be useful if you're in constant sweating motion and not just your fingers or eyes only. But to get maximum benefit, you need to answer the following questions. Are you meeting new people face to face or even online? Are you challenging yourself with others on a sport field, arena, court, track, etc.? Do you have a chance to catch up with people? Are you able to have a discussion about life in general? Are you exchanging personal contact information with other human beings that you meet on a day-to-day basis? These are part of what counts. Millennials, Generation X, and newer generations are becoming highly distracted because of the smartphones. Don't you think that they all need to spend more quality time on any sport or in communicating with others? Getting outdoors is being lost as a thing to do because of cell phones and devices in general. The only way to accomplish this is by encouraging your friends to do the same and get outdoors. The only way that your friends will listen is if you share your marvelous experiences with them. Are you ready to play? Are you muscular? Most of us will be satisfied with the way we look. Don't you want to make a difference in your life? Don't you want to feel better about yourself? Don't you want to live 5, 10, or even 30 years longer? If you do not start to take care of yourself now, then chances are, if you are lucky, you are not going to make it too far beyond 65. I was originally skin and bones. I was happy with myself, and so were all my friends with their skinny bodies. What happens as we grow? Who educates us on appearances, food, and eating? Chances are no one. We all are around people that are happy with the easy things that we do. This is why we do not change. As I got into my 30s, I started to notice that I was overweight. I told myself for a few years, okay, we will start soon to lose weight. I was a runner continuously, but I could not lose the weight. It took me many years to find a program that was right for me. I was not concerned with getting muscular. I was concerned about being healthy. I wanted more in my physical appearance, but it was not about wanting an upper body with a muscular appearance. I set my standards high, but I failed year after year. I could not figure it out. I was not able to learn the techniques of losing weight. After all, it was unbelievable, but running was not enough. How did I lose 30 pounds and enjoy the process? Why do we, for the most part, tend to give up easily on becoming healthier? I was overweight for at least 10 years. I couldn't figure it out, the why and how part. All I can tell you is to keep moving forward, or you will fail. Keep moving forward, or you will fail. Why wouldn't you keep moving forward? Why might not get it the first time or the second? But if you do not give up, even if it takes 1,000 tries, eventually you will succeed. Just look at how Thomas Edison, who among other creativities invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison found thousands of ways not to make a light bulb. We can also look at how Henry Ford invented the V8 engine after many months of attempting to create it. People think that weight loss should be immediate. Instant results are only a fantasy associated with movies and instant social media. However, the great things will take time. Be patient. When I started to read books about weight loss and curing the body, I came across Charlotte Gerson's book, The Gerson Therapy. I was shocked when I started to read this book. If you are not prepared to change, do not read this book if you are afraid of change. Charlotte, who is close to 100 years old, has followed after her father, Dr. Max Gerson, who came up with the way to beat over 60 illnesses, including diabetes, cancer, arthritis, autism, etc. Shouldn't we learn how to cure our bodies of our ailments? As I read this book, I thought I had found the holy grail to healing. This is why I repeat, if you are afraid of change, do not read this book. But here is the pitch. How long have you had your symptoms? And how long has your doctor only been prescribing pills? And you see no progress. How much longer are you going to believe in the treatment plan you have been prescribed? A plan that has not worked after a few months and in some cases years. Some people will last 10 to 15 years and they still have no clue as to how to cure themselves. When I read the Gerson Therapy, I lost 30 pounds within 6 weeks. Can you believe the power of information? All I can tell you is we are in this together. Do you have access to vegetables and fruits? These are part of the secrets to our success. I do not have the perfect body, but I do have to the right foods just as much as you do. I have access to the right foods just as much as you do. As my body transformed naturally by eating more and going more to the bathroom, it was surprisingly scary. It was not the food alone, because I was taking specific supplements to enhance the process and to fortify my body of much needed nutrients. How could I believe that I was going to the bathroom to get rid of 30 pounds of unnecessary bodily fat? Wouldn't you like to improve your body? How would you feel if you improve your physical appearance without the intentions of getting a 4-pack around your stomach and it happens? Would you believe the changes? My stomach became pretty darn flat. My physical health had drastically changed. I am now sleeping less in order to enjoy more of life. I now exercise for a healthier self and to increase daily energy. Wouldn't it be great if you could do the same? What I recommend, as Tony Robbins would say, is that we must associate pain to not getting what we want. This will make it easier to achieve our physical health. Wouldn't it be great to say, if I eat more hamburgers, will I gain more weight and get sick? If I eat less healthy food, am I getting sick and digging myself an early grave? If I continue eating the same foods as I have been, will I be happy taking the easy junk food route? We tend not to look at physical health until it is beyond our control. Our physical health will determine how long we last in this world. Most people will not be able to make the change alone. I believe that most people will need the assistance of some coach, social group, or mentor to make the change. Believe me, you are not alone. We are here. We can do this together. The reasons why you want to change have to be strong enough to fight your current situation. Most people will say that something like, why am I so fat? Why do I have cancer? Why am I diabetic? If you associate your disgust of being unhappy with yourself, progress can be seen in the forecast. Progress will be measured with the reasons that you will utilize to make a change for improving you. My why? I was unhappy with being overweight and unhealthy. I decided to find a solution and to make a change and never look back. Well, I do look back and only for reference to my present achievements and to guide many people in finding the reasons why they should change. Mm. Chapter 16, Spiritual Health. Don't we all have challenges in life? I know. I have many challenges every day and every way. Wouldn't you like to be aware of how to channel these challenges? Sometimes we seem to find challenges in everything we do. Why is it that we find challenges in a good amount of our daily experiences? This is part of the process that is not required to graduate. This is part of your personal life where you need to figure out what kind of a person do you want to be. Many of us neglect the day-to-day tasks that we must complete in order to advance to the next level. What are these tasks? How can we get to the next level? Who has taken something that was someone else's? I am asking you, the reader, have you ever taken something that was not yours? When I was growing up and was but maybe 11 or 12 years old, I remember stealing. I remember taking what was not mine. I remember enjoying the money I stole. I remember purchasing a few items and not looking back. But what came next affected me for a few years. I could not stop thinking after many years had passed about what I had pulled off that day. I was unable to get rid of the thoughts of what I had done. Daily or very often, I could not be at peace with myself for what I had done many years ago. Is this not unbelievable? Where in the world would anyone teach us the importance of not stealing? Every religion focuses on telling you that it is bad to steal. However, these religions that are super useful for the most part lack to tell us who believe that we will not find peace with ourselves until we can be a righteous person. Don't you want to have progress in life? Don't you want to become true to yourself mentally, physically, and spiritually, and towards others? After all is said and done, don't we want to succeed in higher spirituality? How in the world could we do this if we are not taught from our home and in our schools? Why is this not seen as important until we are caught in the act? In order to have an amazing life, you must do simple yet amazing things. One of these things is being responsible with other people's property. It requires us to be able not to want another person's property. Why do we constantly look in the wrong places to progress spiritually? Do you know that in order to get ahead in life, you must look within you. What can set you free and what can allow you to enter society? How many times must we avoid telling the truth? How many times will we have to say a fictitious story in order to make us feel as we are ahead of others? What do you gain from lying and creating fables? Don't you know that those who are pure of heart can read into your expressed thoughts and determine if you are truthful? It takes a truthful person to know another truthful person. Many will not make it in life for not saying the reality of their lives. Just say the truth. The truth will set you free. Your mind deserves to have less of a burden than creating fables which people will know anyhow that we create. I know. I have been there myself. I was one to always make up stories. I was always trying to build fictitious value for my own life. I was trying to impress those successful people that I had a chance to meet and hope that they would hire me. Well, let me tell you that one of those celebrities that everyone knows caught me one day in my scheme to tell lies. At first, it seemed as if I would be able to get away with making a few extra dollars if she supported me in stating that I worked a few more hours than I originally did. She agreed. But then a few hours later, she changed her mind. She told my superior what my intentions were. I lost a celebrity. I lost the trust of my superior. I lost a lot of work just for creating a false situation. Yes, I smacked myself pretty hard once I was caught in making up stories instead of telling the truth. Didn't I deserve a pat on the back for shooting myself in my foot? How would you feel if you shot yourself in your foot? I know. I felt disgusted with myself. I felt as if the world was coming to an end. I hit rock bottom for not being in touch with reality. I became disgusted with my actions. I hope you would too. I started to ask myself, is this what I want from life? I started to want more and to learn more. I made a complete change and started to pursue the truth. When you are used to creating your reality, you tend to lie without even assuming it is a lie. And then after you say it, you notice, whoops, I lied again. What a freaking bad habit it was to have been stuck with. But I managed, I fought, and I have taken my life back one day at a time, one situation at a time. Do you know if pursuing the truth is easy? For those of us stuck in a fantasy world, at first it is absolutely hard. It's like something is within you and will not let you tell the truth. But I was not willing to give up until I learned and made it a habit to tell the truth. Wouldn't you be interested in the benefits of always telling the truth? We become what we visualize and practice daily. Humility is another kind of practice that most of us will never know what it means. Not everyone believes in Moses or Jesus. I believe in Jesus and Moses. As long as you believe in God, who gave us commandments to live by, such as do unto others as you would have them do unto you, and help your neighbors or the stranger you may meet, you should be in good spirits. Just as Simon Sinek, the best-selling author, says in his book, Leaders Eat Last, what if I were to tell you that I donated $500 today? How would that make you feel? The most probable answer may be, so what? But what if instead I told you I went to a poor neighborhood today to help an underserved family by painting their apartment? What a difference. What an impact that would make. Simon Sinek has explained the chemicals associated with this type of reaction to giving freely of yourself without expecting anything back. In parentheses, also explained in the following chapter. Close parentheses. In Leaders Eat Last, we find the benefits of giving. I highly recommend his books for those who want to be leaders. Whatever we practice, make sure that you feel proud of what you do. Most people will work, They will work for someone else. Not only that, as they work, they are just fulfilling their boss's dream. And that is it. Most who wind up in these kinds of jobs are afraid to make a move. They are afraid to be without work. I know because I have felt the same way. Our spiritual health depends on how happy we are in whatever environment we are part of. The spiritual environment we put ourselves into, as well as the opportunities for advancement in our lives, can lead us to a better understanding of why we are stuck in the same job that everyone else wants. The things that are needed to be done are easy things, but it is always so much easier not to do anything. And this is where 90% of the world is in alignment with the same type of thinking. There is always someone willing to take your place, no matter what you are doing. Someone is in worse conditions, looking for something better to do for more pay. Be grateful for what we have today. We need to feel grateful because it could be worse. You are always in a better position compared to most people around the world. The power in being grateful can reflect soon enough as you continue to pursue your goals. Chapter 17: The Power of Spiritual Health. Is spiritual health not required? There are fewer people practicing the power of spiritual health. What does this mean? Do you treat others as you wish to be treated? Do you feel that you are serving others, especially listening to them and helping them to grow out of their current situations or obstacles? When I was in junior high school, we were always taught to help others. We were always supervised to be certain that we were honest and sincere in providing our service to others. Sometimes we would put on a show in order to qualify for receiving awards. Helping others is a way of growing in our own aspects of life. As I grew up, I found that most people take this for granted. Most people will never help others because they do not believe in the powerful effects of helping others. Some would say, why help someone? What is the benefit? There is no solid reason to do good deeds for someone else. After all, it only helps them and it doesn't help me. These are signs of a deteriorating humanity. Although there are people that always care about others, the numbers are dwindling. The reality is that so few care about helping others. One simple story shown here relates to the power of spiritual health. A person who is addicted to alcohol can achieve the first 11 steps of curing themselves of alcohol, but without the final step, it is difficult to get rid of the addiction. Some forms of depression and forms of anxiety as well. The final step requires you to help someone else. Most people will look at this and not understand why it is so important. Do you know that when we help others, we create oxytocin? Oxytocin is the love hormone. As we give freely to helping others, oxytocin is increased. The dependence on substances such as alcohol, smoking, gambling, just to name a few, decreases as soon vanish thanks to this naturally induced chemical oxytocin. Hard to believe that you can cure yourself by helping others? Well, do not try this unless you are ready to give up your addictions, depression, or anxiety. It is a spiritual life-changing miracle that transforms a person from being an introvert to helping others succeed in the outside world. Do you think that we were put on this earth to hide from everyone? Don't you think that we can help our communities by contributing toward finding solutions that are viable for all? Spiritually speaking, you need God or infinite intelligence to be a part of your life in order to make unbelievable things happen. Chapter 18. Common Sense Health Strategies. Here are some basic health strategies that if you put them into practice soon enough, you can have a better you. Build trust by just saying the truth. Do not take other people's possessions. Stop purchasing stolen stuff on the streets or from people whom you believe are involved in such activities. Ask others about their life by asking them about their family life, occupational life, the places that they would like to travel with their families, etc. Daily drink 8 cups of water, each containing 8 ounces of water a day. These cups of liquid can also be juice that is pressed. Carrot and apple juice, vegetables and apple juice are useful to lose weight and to start the healing process for a great number of the illnesses. For diabetics, these juices would need to be modified accordingly to their health restrictions. Take a vitamin B complex daily, as our body gets rid of vitamin B daily because it is water soluble. We need to replenish it. Do some exercise on a consistent basis. 10 minutes a day can soon enough become 30 or more minutes per day. This will create energy along with the vitamin B complex. Get yourself some mineral supplements, such as cell food. You do not have to buy this brand, but that is what we use in our home. Most vegetables are supposed to bring the supplements supplied naturally. However, because of poor farming practices, we believe that they are not being supplied. If you would like to assist a farmer in giving them an idea on how to mineralize the soil, tell them the following. The best way to create minerals for the soil is to burn the leftovers of the land in a contained and safe fire, creating ashes that then can be spread throughout the land. This is what creates the minerals to maintain a healthier soil that we need for crops to replenish our bodies. Decrease the amount of meat intake to once or 2 times per week if you are serious about your health. Decrease the amount of cheese and milk that you have in your intake, as these can also inhibit progress for a healthier you. Increase the amount of raw vegetables in your diet. If you do this, mind you that if you become stronger, wiser, and with more courage, you will build a better you. Whenever you feel that this is too much, then you cannot do it alone. But you must be willing to go seek someone who can assist you in doing the process. This is why I have practiced neuro linguistic programming. This is how I have helped unbelievable psychological situations turn into possibilities. There are many who feel too comfortable, but only when they can associate a better story to their lives will they make the necessary change. Whenever you decide to start a program to heal, to eat healthy, or to change what your habits are now, you are not alone. If you are serious about making the change, tell yourself that you have no choice whenever it is that you want to start doing a program. The aforementioned information is a general way of putting you on a healthier you. If you need more assistance, I suggest that you seek a natural hygiene coach, such as those who work with me in one of my businesses, to guide you on a better and more empowering path. We assist you by creating a strategic written approach based on your needs and what you want to tackle in the next few weeks or more. Chapter 19. La Vida. Connecting. We all are connected. What in the world does this mean? Yes, I know that we are all connected, but what is the connection? How do I know that the connection exists? Why are we connected? Life is a word that brings positive vibrations to the mind and body. It really is a gift to be able to share with you through these pages a perspective on life and society. We all benefit from learning. There is always a perspective that may provide us with the biggest tangent to recalculate our lives. Wouldn't you want to know how to head in the proper direction? In the book, The Snowball Effect by Kristen Burton Guthrie, it talks about the four types of connections that we experience in life. The four types of connections are disconnection, bad connections, fantasy connections, and real connections. Below, I will describe what each one means according to my personal experience and how we can improve upon them. According to statistics, we all know each other through the power of connections. When you are asked, "Do you know the president?" your obvious answer is most probably that you do not know the president. However, the possibility exists that there is someone within your contacts that knows someone who knows someone that knows the president. Isn't it exciting to know that you know the president through the power of connections? Does it really matter? Oh, please put it to the test. Yes, it matters because this is how we should or could communicate with a reputable doctor, lawyer, architect, engineer, or any other specialist that may be needed. When someone in your circle of friends recommends one of the aforementioned, it makes it easier to find a reputable person. Just remember that the next time when you need a recommendation on a specialist as one of the above, you can ask others for their opinions and then resolve accordingly. Did you know that the power found through your immediate friends is directly related to your net worth? Yes, you reflect the possibilities according to your five closest friends. The majority of the population can benefit from acquiring better friends. We are surrounded by those who are comfortable receiving a paycheck, who have a set salary with set hours, those who are given on average 2 weeks per year of vacation time, those who take orders from their managers, supervisors, and or bosses. Do you know someone who has this experience? Is it bad to have this type of setup? Absolutely not. It is fine to have this kind of setup in your life. But did you know that you were meant to achieve so much more out of life? That the possibility of creating a business for you exists? Is this a dream? Oh, yes. Everything starts out with a dream. The problem is that most of us start out with the connection that is most readily and easily available. That is the power of being disconnected. Why are we disconnected from our dreams? What can I do to connect myself to a better reality? Wouldn't you be interested in realizing your dreams? Then why aren't you doing anything about them? Oh, it requires some work? Yes, but did you know that you would be working for a dream that is beneficial to you and your family? Just remember that you have got to have those dreams, the dreams of living in a better place, the dream of being debt free, the dream of traveling, the dream of spending more time with your family. I believe that we dream constantly, but again, many are disconnected because we lack the potential of bringing those dreams to life. What are your dreams about? Do you ever have a dream of not being happy where you currently are? Is it because it is not where you want to be? Then what are you doing now to increase the possibilities of having a better reality out of your dreams? What steps are you taking right now to get you there? Most people will never see the vision of their dreams because they don't want to work for it. They just want the results to appear by magic without having to do anything to acquire them. Well, come on. Life will happen no matter what you decide. But did you know that as soon as you start to do something about your current situation, something that can create a better version of yourself will surely put you on an empowering path. You do not have to be rich or great to get started, but you have to start in order for the world to sum up its powers into whether it is that you need to do so that you may focus on building your dreams. We are all very emotional and emotionally disconnected. We will be happy one moment and depressed, angry, anxious, or worried, etc., in the next moment. We have different emotions so that we may learn from each and every emotion. We are constantly tested by emotions in order to grow. If you are not experiencing growth from your emotions, then you have not reacted in an accepting way. The emotions that we experience daily can teach us to either make friends, fight, or take flight. We can run away or accept these emotions. Some emotions seem to be unworthy of acceptance. Can you just imagine if we confront our fears? Did you know that it is so much easier just to give in to emotions and run away? What is waiting on the other side of our emotions is a better picture of where you truly want to be. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? What do you want to see? Without dreams and visions, our lives will not continue to flourish. Actually, we may even perish at an early age because of a lack of focus and discipline. This is why we must be able to learn from all our experiences, especially those experiences that seem to challenge our current situations. Those experiences that make us cry, run, feel the pressure, and just plainly make us feel uncomfortable. Accept things for what they are. We can have disagreements. These disagreements are meant to help us achieve a better communication in life. The only difference is that some of us exaggerate on the truth. We tend to see things worse than what they really are intended to be. What is the reason for seeing things worse than they really are? Who thought about empathizing with those who we are in disagreements? You see, sometimes people disagree with us because we cannot see what we are doing or exhibiting. We need each other to know that we are headed in the correct direction in life. Not everyone knows how to point people to head in the correct direction. I learned the hard way with my family and friends. Many times, which I tried to correct them in my earlier years, I noticed that they would never listen. I learned that I was not empathizing with them, but only trying to sell them on my realities. I was directing them into doing what I wanted them to do. This was not a good idea. When you disagree with others and you want others to follow your advice, never tell anyone that they must do something. It is a terrible practice. People need to realize for themselves what decisions they can make. We as people need options. I used to provide people with my solutions. There exist many different ways to have a similar approach to reach or acquire an objective. I was wrong in the beginning trying to convince others of my perspective. Now that I have learned, I give people options. A simple option is the option to keep going the way that they always have been. Because when we see it as an option, we tend not to want it that bad anymore. We tend to make a difference in the way that we see it and feel about our approach. Learn from your own experiences, as many of us do not have a chance to learn from them. We have taken our own lives for granted. We have grown with the disconnection of accepting whatever we have as the best possible situation for our lives and our families' lives too. I remember when I was in my 30s, I thought I was in shape because I was a former track star. Well, if you don't use it, you lose it. I did not notice at the time, but I was gaining weight. I simply could not tell. It took a while before I had any inclination into the reality that I was overweight. As I visited friends, some of them started to say that I was gaining weight. At first, I did not pay attention to them. Then more and more people that I knew started to tell me the same thing. I started to become concerned. And so it was time for my yearly checkup at the doctor's office. And the first thing the doctor told me was that I was definitely overweight and that I needed to lose some pounds. Then, when the results for the test came back, they confirmed not only that I was overweight, but also that I had high cholesterol and high blood pressure. Where was I all this time? It took me close to 3 years to defeat these three illnesses. Why was I totally disconnected from myself? Yes, we can become totally disconnected from ourselves because of many reasons. We need to talk to ourselves. We need to ask ourselves, how are we doing? Am I okay? What do I need to do to lose the weight? What do I need to heal from the pain or illness? We are so disconnected that we don't have these conversations with ourselves. Did you know that when I started to look within myself, things started to change for the better? Oh, yes. Progress can be seen by the little things that I started to change on a daily basis. We can become totally disconnected from ourselves because we forget that we are capable of communicating with our bodies, minds, and spirit. When will you take the time to ask yourself many important questions? I believe that you can have whatever you want. I don't believe you, but I believe in you. I don't believe that you are just overweight and are big boned. I believe that within you, there exists the possibilities of acquiring what you want when you are ready to connect with yourself. Some people have a fantasy connection. They live for what other people have. Oh, my boss owns a Maserati. Oh, my friend has a yacht. Not only do people fantasize with whatever their family member, friend, or business associate may have, but they also swear by them. What do you gain from having a fantasy connection? What is good or funny about having a fantasy connection? We are here to provide a service to others. We are not solely here to have fantasy connections. Service to others requires our most precious gift, dedicating our time to meet the needs of others. Time is valuable and is limited. Every moment we dedicate to someone is precious. We won't get that time back. So if you want to fantasize, think about the time you will dedicate to serving others. In whatever form it may be, we should realize that a fantasy connection can be beneficial if we project ourselves in a positive experience that can come about from the near future. Fantasy is just a fancy word for dreams. Haven't you had any fantasies lately? Don't you see yourself doubling your salary? How about seeing yourself making your yearly salary on a monthly basis? These possibilities exist. So, what are you prepared to do in order to work towards achieving these dreams? Some people have a fantasy connection with drugs. They believe that any type of drug will get them faster to where they want to be. They believe that their existence is purely fantasy oriented. Drugs are not only those that are sold in the streets. Drugs can be found within the foods that you eat. Gluten, aspartame, hydrogenated oil, and many others are found within our foods. These drugs are not just simply a fantasy. They cause us to believe that we need more, that we did not get enough. This is why we make a fantasy connection with our foods too. We eat, Immediately while we are eating, there is a chemical working to confuse us into thinking that we are still hungry. How cool is that? Can you imagine being able to eat and eat more and never feel full? Yes, we don't think of being full, but we sure can feel it. Many of us have a fantasy connection with our dreams. If only I could get $1 million, then I could retire. That is why you don't have $1 million. The reason that you don't have $1 million is because you have no purpose. Your dreams can become a reality, but what steps are you taking into writing out your dreams? What daily rituals are you performing in order to fulfill your fantasy connections? When you want to acquire more from life, be prepared to take some action. Be prepared to make some changes. In order to start believing that your dreams can be brought to life, you must do something daily that can get you closer to them. Just remember that the state which you are in any given moment powerfully impacts your meaning towards something. We all act consistently with who we say we are. If we say we are poor and we admit that we can't achieve more, then how will you ever reach your dreams? In order to achieve more, you have to do more. In life, we will also have some bad connections. There are plenty of people out there who are looking to help themselves, constantly vigilant on who can they cheat, belittle, steal, etc. This has happened to many professionals out in the world. We probably all have at one point or another been dealing with someone who has self-interest, someone who is aware of helping you by helping themselves. We can also learn from these experiences too. Just 2 weeks before writing this chapter, I was on a mission to acquire status within an enrichment class that I was taking. We were given an assignment to provide inspirational messages to 9 people for 3 days. So I was asked to help someone else out, and I rarely say no when it is about providing a service to others. The story goes that within a few days' time, I helped this other person achieve their goal. But once he achieved his goal, he completely walked away. I was in shock that this person only thought about himself. He had no intention of helping me get to the next level. Be aware that you will run into people who want to have their needs met with your expertise and nothing in return. When you provide a service, do not expect anything in return. This is the reality with people. They are in it for themselves, and that is how they have a bad and fantasy connection because they forget about everyone else. How in the world could they connect if they are selfish? What can you learn from bad experiences? You can learn what to look for in people. You can learn what to ask people to figure if they are self centered or are willing to provide a service. You can learn different methods for not falling into a repetitive experience. We will come across some individuals who are out to figure things on their own. They do not necessarily want to help someone else grow as much as they are interested in what I can get out of this. I see this is all the time. I see this all the time. Social media has made people not to develop personal relationships. Social media has had an impact on keeping people communicated, connected, and distant and distracted. We are noticing how social media has allowed us to expand, but has not given a sense of building lasting relationships. It has put us into the like and love via a click. It is so much easier to like or love someone via a click. But what can this mean when you meet in person? The clicks mean that you are happy with the instant satisfaction of touching base to whatever communication, picture, quote, or video that is posted. But as human beings, don't we need to shake someone's hand? Don't we need to hug someone? Don't we need to spend time in person to get to know each other better? Always spread love through social media. But because of social media, less and less people are taking time to get out and meet other people who share similar experiences. Meeting people in person is powerful. A video or broadcast is good, but a live event, venue, or gathering can accomplish so much more. I really feel that a lot of the younger generations will have a disconnection because that is how they are being brought up. Less and less people are getting outside to do things with other people. We are sitting behind a device and communicating to the world what we do, what we portray, or what image we can Photoshop. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why are we, in general, creating a fake life? What has happened to working with our passions? Why must we focus more on creating a momentary image of how fake we can exist? Each and every one of us can do a greater good for at least one person a day. I have chosen to connect with at least one new person every day. Now, I may not always get this perfect, but I try to connect with others on a daily basis that may need guidance, a different perspective, or just an opinion on how they are doing in life. Work with your talents and values. We all have values that we should be adhering to on a daily basis. What values do you tend to show to others? If you live in a family that your parents are educated and value education, then the values may consist of hard work, achievement, and learning. Others might value exercise, taking the time to wake up early in the morning before the day starts in order to create a physical appearance. Some others may value traveling or hiking or museum hopping. Then there are those who love to give their money or time to helping less fortunate people. These are just some values, and you are entitled to have your own values. Although most people will not focus on having values, but on the dreams of values that they may want to portray. Everyone has a talent. Whatever it may be, we need to use them. Whether it is to create something, provide services, or make life easier, we all have talents. Do you know what your talents are? Why wouldn't you use them to help others or to innovate? We have talents so that we can use them to produce ways in which we can provide a benefit for others and or society. Every time you create, you are making someone happy. Someone out there in the world needs a new item that does not exist. On a daily basis, we think of awesome ideas that we neglect to create. Life is about creating yourself constantly. How can you create yourself if you are already created? Yes, obviously, you have been created by God to serve in this world. What will you concentrate on building so that others may benefit as consumers? Don't ever be afraid to make an error. How else are we to take advantage of knowledge? Only by experience can we grow. Always maintain a positive attitude in whatever type of adversity you may experience. Yes, we will have many adversities, and all of these adversities are meant for us to learn something new and grow from the experience. Just a few days ago, I was confronted by someone saying that I kept terrible records in accounting. It was really harsh. It was not far from the truth. But then again, I corrected this person. I told them that I did not keep excellent records. However, I have remained responsible for all the transactions that have been placed on the account I was overseeing. This person did not believe me. We were at the point where I was being accused of stealing. It was hurting me terribly. But what did I choose to do? I asked myself, what else can this mean? Of course, it could be something better than being accused of something that I would not partake. I realized the need to be precise. The responsibility I had does require for me to keep very good records on the use of money. Although I had no malicious intentions, anyone could easily have stated the same thing. My lack of concise records proves that I had neglected my responsibilities. I now know that when it comes to money, the more accurate it is, the better everyone can see your accounting. So, what came about this incident was to have a thorough accounting at the moment. That was the only thing that I could do was with her and go over the details to the account and check that everything adds up. I was pissed off for a few days. I was having sleepless nights. I was feeling the pain because I did not have the accurate records that she wanted me to have. I agree that I made a terrible error in not keeping more specific records. However, in the end, everything was accounted. We had a review and it was easy to follow the amounts that were reflected within the account. During the process, I knew that I had to ask myself, what good or funny thing can I learn from this? This is why I say master your emotions. I could have easily lost myself. I could have become angry. There were many other feelings that crossed my mind, including yelling, crying, and worried. Was this an easy experience? Absolutely not. But it gave me the chance to learn, change, and grow. I was grateful for the learning experience. At that time, I had to make some changes to my plans. I could not do anything else that was not concerning dealing with the issue of lack of clarity. Once we figured it out, I was able to get back on track. I learned that I need people to drive me just as much as I have been driving others to achieve better opportunities. This is one of the better ways to have accelerated growth in life. Connecting with those who assist you in getting ahead. Out of the four types of connections that we go over, the first three are where the majority of the people are found. And throughout our lives, some of us will go back and forth depending on circumstances. But there is at least one type of connection that opens a world of rich opportunities. This type of connection is the real connections. Always remember that if we are not growing, then who is growing? A real connection is found in those who are willing to take risks, those who are risking everything they have in order to dream of something better. It is better to learn from taking a risk than to be afraid of failure. Real people serve others. They not only provide them with knowledge, but also assist in getting out of negative emotions, provide meals, clothing, and whatever is necessary to help others. Real connections are those that take time out for their spouses and children, not just when it is time to celebrate a birthday, but also when it is time to continuously communicate with them and do activities that allow you for bonding. A real connection is one that involves trust and cooperation. Can you imagine what would happen if you could not trust anyone? Getting out of your home would be a serious issue. Being able to work with others would be very difficult. Now, I am aware that work has created a selfless world where employees keep to themselves and complain about their situations, but do not seek advice or orientation on how to resolve their circumstances that can occur. Real are those efforts that you put into resolving better relationships. They not only create a better self awareness, but also offer others a sense of leadership. Taking care of those in our charge, overseeing what they are achieving, more in life. We are here to serve others. Assisting and guiding people to improve their lives is a great way to show advancement. Chapter 20. Master your emotions. Why are there so many people who fear rejection? Learn to love the word no. You will hear it many more times than the word yes. You will need to learn from those that say no because they will teach us that we are using the wrong approach to solving situations. Lastly, if there is one thing that you can learn from life, is learn from your weaknesses and use them to build your strengths. The only way that these two add up in our favor is that together they provide us with power. We are capable of continuously learning from every experience that we interact with. Therefore, never forget that it takes more than just one person to win in life. Life is about having moments of joy. In these wonderful, pleasing moments, we create pleasures, setting goals for your family. How you will see that they are a part of your life on a weekly basis is by setting goals for your family. How will you how you will dedicate time to sharing moments with them. Set goals for yourself as well. If you are not setting a specific standard for yourself, how will you be able to assist others if you cannot help yourself? Health is another essential part of life. Don't just wait until you visit the doctor to find out how you are feeling. Why don't you take a moment to ask yourself, what do you need to do to feel better or to improve your health? Two of the greatest needs that we have as human beings are the need to grow and the need to contribute. We can grow by learning a new skill, reading a book, attending a seminar, watching a video, assisting someone in a project, but most of all, writing it all down. When you get it on paper, it is easier to learn what you didn't catch the first time. When you acquire money from your work or what you may consider to be work, do not forget to allocate 10% for those who may need it. It could be an institution, a community, a nonprofit, just to name a few. Remember, as I have been taught, the secret of living is giving. Just before writing this book, I was given a task to collect 100 pairs of shoes to donate to people in Africa. In the beginning, it felt like I could never accomplish this. But then I told myself for about 2 days that I had no choice. I could not do anything about leaving this important cause. I had to face my fears and do the best I could into acquiring 100 pairs of shoes. Well, by the time 2 weeks came into the program, I had collected well over 300 shoes. Not only that, I still had 4 other families that I need to pick up shoes from, hopefully getting me closer to at least 50 more shoes. Do what you can to contribute. You will grow from the experience. Not only will you grow, but the returns are multiplied in your favor. The more you give, the better you feel about giving. It creates a chemical within you that makes you feel really good. This chemical, again, is called oxytocin. Every time we do a good deed, it helps us in creating a good feeling. Not only does the giver feel this chemical rush, but the receiver as well. In fact, those who hear your story also get a shot of oxytocin in their bodies. One more secret to giving is that those who have addiction problems can get rid of them by contributing to others. Oxytocin is the chemical that allows you to get rid of your need for addictive substances, as well as a program that we have in place. The next time that you run into someone who has an addiction, be sure to offer them the opportunity to give to others freely of their time. For example, helping an elderly person by going grocery shopping for them, do some cleaning for the elderly, provide a needed service to someone who is less fortunate. Life is about having limitless opportunities to reinvent yourself. We can change what we do as often as needed, especially if we are not happy with the results. We can change that by trying a different approach or getting advice on how to have better results. Life is about constantly changing who you are at the moment, never being satisfied with whatever it is you are doing, always taking the time to share special moments with those that you love. Even if you feel that life is giving you what you don't want or need, you have the ability to keep searching for what makes you feel worthy of having. Chapter 21: Developing the Abilities Within You. There is always something that we just cannot comprehend, especially in those moments of urgency. Don't you dislike and perhaps hate those who turn off their cell phones? When you most need someone and you have no other means of communication, what do you do? Well, I question those who never turn off their cell phones. Why? Many of us cannot live without having our cell phones. Those who are born after the mid 1980s are feeling the effects even more. We have become dopamine dependent because of our cell phones. Who is in control? We sometimes need to ask ourselves who is in control because we tend to believe that we are in control when actually our cell phones have us tied. We tend to not move without our cell phones. When is this going to be different? Who gets things done? This is the irony of the situation. With our cell phones, we can accomplish many great things. We can run a business. We can communicate with family, friends, clients, and potential prospects. Without a cell phone, our lives would still work. But a cell phone has brought many great features that we are able to utilize at a moment's notice. We should not be against our cell phones or against technology in general. But haven't you noticed how technology exists to have terabytes of information, and yet the average cell phone only has a capacity of probably 128 gigabytes of storage or a meg or two of storage? Why is this happening? Well, although technology has advanced, we are being sold an outdated technology every day. We are being held back on having the latest models of information because of regulations. If you took a trip to, let's say, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, you could get your hands on technology that does not exist in the rest of the world. They have become the leaders in selling the most modern technologies that are available in the marketplace. No, you are asking yourself, what does this have to do with personal development? Very simple. Just the same way that information on advanced technology is being released, we are finding out about how personal development can reshape our lives. Does it matter if everyone were rich? If everyone were rich, there would be no one left to work the farms or other lower paying jobs. How would anyone make money? As a matter of fact, if there is a will, there will always be a better way. Meaning that if we were all rich, potentially we would all live productive lives and machines would do the work. During the time that we were meant to be children, those of us who grew up without handheld devices, we had plenty of friends. Even those that we did not know, it only took a few minutes to get to play with them. What happens as we grow up? We tell ourselves that we know how the world works. This is why we start to shut ourselves to the outside world. Then soon enough, we are stuck in the phase that we know how the world works. and we close our opportunities because we are afraid to share them. Why are we self centered? We should be self centered to the point where we can figure our lives out first. Many of us, including me, had to make many mistakes in order to comprehend the obstacles we have brought to our lives. My past has been one obstacle after another, and I became so self centered that I didn't want anyone to assist me in figuring out what I could do to improve my situation. As a matter of fact, I would not allow myself to even think of any other possibilities. What will build your self esteem? Don't you ever think to yourself, why am I poor? Why am I overweight? Why am I depressed? Why don't I have a better job? Come on. You are better than this. You are capable of having whatever it is you want from life. Don't you know that we need each other to grow? It is only in coming together that we can have better ideas. When you allow someone else who has experience in seeking opportunities into your life, you allow them to understand your situation. You allow them to help you understand where you are currently. Some of us just know that we are not happy. Some of us think that what we currently have in life is all that we are going to get. Well, probably, if you keep thinking that way, then that is the way that you will remain. In order to answer these questions on self esteem, we need to figure our lives out first. We need to write down, what are we unhappy about? Write it down. We need to create a vision of what we dislike. Write it down. We also need to find guidance on how to resolve this list of what is bothering us. As Tony Robbins would say, problems are questions waiting to be resolved. When you ask yourself, why am I poor? Wouldn't it be a better question to ask, how can I produce more? When you ask yourself, why am I overweight? The better question would probably be, how can I lose the weight and enjoy the process? Instead of asking yourself, why am I depressed? If you were to ask, what can I learn from this? Instead of asking yourself, why don't I have a better job? You could ask yourself, how can I get a better job or create a business for me and enjoy the process? We need each other to understand that there is more than one way to look at everything. This will constitute growth in our lives. We need each other to learn and make the impossible life possible. We need to learn the value of selfishness. Sometimes we are so focused on the negative aspects of whatever it is that we are doing at this moment in life that we neglect to see it in other ways. We become so disconnected from the rest of the world that we are unable to open up to others for guidance and help. We all have different needs. One of those needs is of self love. When will we love ourselves enough that we will be willing to look at the possibilities of every situation? We are so close to the world that we believe it is against us. Why would you shut your doors to the world? Did you know that you are one or two people away from becoming a millionaire? Becoming rich spiritually, mentally, and physically? Why then shut yourself to others? Why not seek better answers to your current situations? We tend to keep to ourselves because we believe that no one can help us to bigger and better opportunities. How can we help others if we cannot help ourselves? Self preservation is important. I come across many people who constantly do things unnecessarily, like lying. Lying can be detected in people. Now, proving it is another whole different scenario. But in order to have the biggest personal development in your life, you need to learn how to build character and honesty. Every little thing counts within your life. As soon as you start to realize how important the truth is, then you can take on bigger tasks. Having conversations with others can lead to advancement within your life. Take some responsibility for your actions. Make certain that you hold yourself accountable for reaching out to those who can challenge you in making decisions, those who can keep in contact with you in order to make the necessary changes. Don't you want to reach something bigger and better? Well, what it takes is thinking differently. It takes you to discover in others what you need to advance yourself. If we only had more time, each week we have a total of 168 hours. Whether you are rich or you are poor, you have the same amount of time in order to fulfill whatever your goals may be in this world and with others. What better way to map out your possibilities on a daily basis if you have a plan? Is this the ultimate plan? Absolutely, it is not the ultimate plan. But now you have a way of measuring your performance. That is, track yourself just like the major corporations do on a weekly basis. The amount of hours you will allocate to achieving specific goals on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, etc. Once you can allocate how much time you are willing to put into what you may consider to be work or wealth creation, family time, and spiritual time, just to name a few, it will help you to build a routine. Also, keep in mind you can have other categories such as mental strength, self love, creation time, social media time, etc. Do you know anyone who might benefit from a simple plan to improve their lives? This is part of my current schedule on a weekly basis. Spiritual time, 3 hours per week. Family time, 30 hours per week. Work wealth creation, 55 hours per week. Physical fitness, 3 hours per week. Personal development, 14 hours per week. Me time, 2 hours per week. Networking, 8 hours per week. Miscellaneous time, 6 hours per week. Sleep time, 44 hours per week. Everyone's hours will vary. Some will sleep more and some will work more. Some will work less and have more hours for personal development. When I started out, I had 80 hours dedicated to work and wealth creation. However, it was costing me dearly. It was going to cost me to the point where I could not last with my family if I was giving more time to building wealth and not to my family. I originally had 14 hours for my family, but if my family did not ask me, I would have kept working hard on my work and wealth creation instead of giving them more time of me. It was hard to give more time to the family because it meant that I had to stop reading and to research as such as I was doing in the beginning. It was a challenge that I took, and I have seen the benefits that exist in dedicating more time to my family. The next part of personal development is creating a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly plan and 5 to 10 year plan, and preferably for your whole life plan. This requires work. This consists in us taking time to write down what do we really want to accomplish for ourselves, for our family, and our future. It also requires us to be aware of mistakes and that not everything will be accomplished. I know because I have failed, but will not give up as long as I can continue to persist in seeking the possibility of accomplishing it. What does a plan include? It includes taking responsibility in the everyday actions to complete small tasks, such as this chart here. And this chart gives you these sections: your daily goals, your 5 year goals, and your life goals. Under daily goals, the first column, sub-column is career. Then you have list 1 through 4. And under that, another sub-column is bucket list, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then financial equity, 1, 2, 3, 4. Family/social, 1, 2, 3, 4. Personal goals, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the second column is the 5-year goals, the same thing: career, bucket list, financial equity, family, social, personal goals. And the third column is life goals: career, bucket list, financial equity, family, social, personal goals. In each and every one of these categories, it will be different for every person. Some will have only 1 or 2 goals, while others will have over 5 goals. They are okay either way. Just remember that some of us are more ambitious than others. If you stack it, you own it. The more that you write, the clearer a path that you can make for your future plans and goals. Some things may not be accomplished for different reasons. We must be aware of this because no goals are set in stone for one to accomplish them. It is possible that we may either accomplish the goals or we may receive something bigger and better. Which do you prefer? All that is possible is for us to do what can in order get us closer to our goals. Not everyone gets a chance to even think about bigger and better possibilities. Why not take the time to plan for these possibilities or dreams? Make as many attempts as necessary to realize our dreams. We attract what we believe when we can achieve. We attract what we believe we can achieve. There is no greater reality than the one that we create for ourselves every day. Now that we have 2 different plan systems, you can choose to follow one or both as you please. No one plan is perfect, but as long as you have a checklist to follow, a means to track your progress, you are ahead of the game. What is the plan for relationships? When do we think of making a plan for a relationship? Usually, we do not create a written plan. We tend to just play along with whatever happens. But it is for certain that we all have needs. That includes the need for feeling love or feeling a connection. What would you do for the girl/guy of your dreams? Someone who you just met and don't ever want to love. How would you talk to them? What would you do for them? What could you do for them? Would you stop doing certain things to build a stronger relationship? Would you purchase items to make them feel loved and not with or other intentions? Would you go and wash the dishes or clean the bathroom? Do you know anyone who is in this type of relationship? If you know someone, then you know how important it is to build a solid relationship, one where the other person feels loved, where there is a mutual relationship and communication from both sides. What does this have to do with personal development? Because most of us need to treat ourselves, our goals in life, just as if they are a relationship. Because most of us need to treat our goals in life just as if they are a relationship, a love that has needs that we must fulfill in order to get the best solutions. We are constantly selling ourselves, and the best way to realize that is through the relationships that we create. They all require time. Some require money. Some require sacrifices. Yet some others require hard work daily, especially those to help us succeed. All the time that we want something, we are actually selling. Every time we create a relationship, we are selling. Every time that we want a promotion, who do you think gets the promotion? Is it the person that is the smartest? Is it the person that works the most? Nope. It is the one that knows how to sell themselves. Who are these people that know how to sell themselves? They are the dreamers. They are also capitalists. They are the ones who get to advance because they know what needs to be said, when it needs to be said, and why. We are capable of selling. We are capable of winning over better possibilities. What are you selling? The famous saying that exists amongst salesmen is, to sell is to serve. What an amazing approach to seeing that selling is part of our human nature. We are selling since we are old enough to request for food. Mommy, I want candy. Babies and toddlers would say. When mommy says no, we go over and ask daddy. If daddy says no, we ask mommy again. What happens as we grow older? Most of us forget how to sell because society has taught us that it is a bad thing to do. Selling is part of life. Learn how to sell just as others will do it for themselves. I know that we must sell our way through life if we want to accomplish bigger and better things. Just remember that creating your image is a priority. Many of us go around making friends according to whatever level of environment we are used to having. The greatest growth occurs from those who can develop a loyal following into whatever field of work or specialty you are involved. These potential followers can also become potential customers. They are hungry for a better opportunity in their lives and possibly may want to purchase whatever it is you are selling. For many years, I have built trust with many people, and for the same amount of years, I have never sold anyone on anything except information. Knowledge, I thought, was power. But as I came to the understanding that it is only potential power until it is properly used in order to put a product that can satisfy people's needs. The more skillful that I became at speaking, whether it was on a one-on-one basis or to a crowd, I knew that they were hungry to achieve more in life. How many of us are willing to achieve higher levels of health, wealth, and service? Not enough people. But it is not about the numbers. Again, one of the most remarkable replies that you will need to get accustomed to hearing is associated with the word no. People will be reluctant to accept whatever it is you offer, sell, or are involved in producing. Some of these will even think that you are crazy to take on a task such as writing a book or producing your own business. What we believe that is worthwhile may not be acceptable by those around us. Is this because they do not conceive that you can accomplish or be involved in bigger and better things? Probably yes, it is true. On the other hand, if you are convincing people that your product is the one to purchase, you will need to learn that people will start to say no to everything. When will you learn how to handle the objections? It takes time and repetition. Believe that you can achieve a better you. Overcoming the naysayers will allow you to master the objections. Anyone who says no is acting upon their first instinct of not agreeing with the purchase by agreeing with you. Building value and finding all the excuses beforehand will assist. Most people do not purchase for a few specific reasons. These objections are usually that they have no time, that they have no money, that they need to do some research or ask their spouse. When you address these prior to closing the sale, it makes it easier to overcome the objections. At the same time, you build self-confidence in accepting the words no. You can't do that, or are you crazy, just to name a few? On the other hand, you on the path to personal development will have to learn how to turn things down. There will be many distractions. There will be many convincing you of a better opportunity. It probably may well be a better opportunity, but you will have to learn how to say no to certain things that are not in line with your plans and visions. Every day we are presented with different possibilities of creating something that is worthwhile. Every day we say no to these visions or dreams or whatever you would like to call them. Most of us just look at these and do not think about them enough. We don't stop to think. Why would we be presented with possibilities and not take advantage of them? For me, it is about who can I educate, train, and develop into becoming a more proficient practitioner of their goals. This is my passion and obsession. This is what I live for on a daily basis. I am constantly asked, what do I sell? What products do I provide? There are many of us stuck with problems that are in need of being resolved. Problems that are just awaiting our move, whether we write the problems down, read a book, or ask someone who can help us. We are very close to resolving our problems. Sometimes we are stuck on what seems to be complicated, but with the help of the right person or book, the things that bother us the most can be accomplished quite easily. Remember that we are so close to resolving our problems, so why bother to give up? Becoming an entrepreneur is the reason that we sell. We want to make a path which will direct us into a better form of living and getting compensated. Some will serve others in order for them to get compensated. Which one are you? Yes, many people can relate in wanting to become successful, but few are willing to do what entrepreneurs execute. First, we need to associate ourselves with a proper industry or business. We need to make decisions that will guide us in preparing ourselves for bigger possibilities. Sometimes we tend to forget about these possibilities. Researching the industry or industries that you would like to pursue is highly important. Seek and you shall find. Research what is your expertise. In one of my businesses, I am a performance enrichment coach. I educate, train, and prepare people to become proficient practitioners of their goals. Many of us are in debt or know someone who is in debt. It is so easy to get into debt. However, to get out of debt, it requires just a little more thinking. Why do most say stay in debt? Because they focus on paying the minimum balance on their debts instead of focusing on paying all or as much as possible to get out of debt. Part of what my team does is assist people with making a financial needs analysis in order to figure out where you are and where you need to be so that you can get there faster and with a plan. Next, you will need to choose the right platform. Some platforms relating to selling will allow you to create a business that can be sold in the future, while other platforms will allow you to make money as long as you are a part of the platform. Which do you prefer? Create a business that will leave a legacy or create a business that will not be able to take with you when you retire? You are going to make mistakes along the way. Most will get discouraged and just quit. Those who do get discouraged and quit are part of the majority of people who want to see instant results. However, for those who stay in the game, despite the difficulties, soon enough will reap the benefits of the seeds that they plant. Do not expect to reap the benefits of the seeds that you have sown today. It has to go through a process to build it and make it miraculously multiply into a fortune. Work hard and persist daily in the disciplines required to reach your goal within whatever amount of time it may take. One of the disciplines required to reach your goal is to meet new people daily. Develop the ability to talk to people about their lives and occupations. Ask them if they are able to travel and have family time. This is where you need to tie in something from their life story into your life story, something that will allow them to realize that there exist all other possibilities, understanding your prospects' needs. Listen to what they have to say, how they say it, and why. Most development occurs in the process of getting to meet people and creating an awareness of trust and cooperation. Being within a circle of people who are willing to help each other in pursuing bigger and better things. Never try to control someone's decision. Guide them with all honesty and let them decide for themselves. Build a platform that has a solid foundation which allows you to receive the following four benefits: feeling protection within whatever you choose to call work, meaning that it is not a fly by night company. It should be a company that has been established and allows for expansion, not a company that only is interested in shareholder revenues. Next is a company that is safe. You feel safe when your manager or leadership in that platform that you choose provides you with guidance, asks you questions, asks how can we improve your progress, provides accountability on a regular basis. This provides a way to measure your performance with the assistance of experience, cooperation, and trust. Feeling secure with those around you. Knowing that if you cannot answer a question or a concern of a prospect, that someone else within your circle will serve as the expert voice. You should never feel alone in whatever platform that you choose. Lastly, there should exist advantages. The possibility of becoming a shareholder of the company, the possibility of going on trips courtesy of the company, the possibility of meeting those that have succeeded in the same trials that you have gone through, and knowing that you have the advantage of expert advice. You should always be associated with a leader that shows humility, a leader who looks after those who are under their care, a leader willing to lend you time and a hand when you feel that you are stuck. A leader should understand and recognize your feelings. They should be able to create a win situation. They provide guidance to improve your decision making skills. We sometimes are confused as to how to go about handling a problem or question as it arises. Never feel like you have to do it all alone as long as a leader is involved. Honesty is the best policy, especially if you want to create lasting relationships. A platform for your needs to provide job satisfaction. You should feel great about going to work any day of the week. According to statistics, Monday is the worst day of the week for many people. Most dislike or hate going to work. You can reduce stress by enjoying what you do. And if you don't enjoy it, then what are you doing in that company or platform? People do their best work when they work together. Masterminds allow us to share similar stories and come up with better ways to resolve situations. Are you part of a mastermind group within your platform? Always remember that no matter how much fear you may produce, do it anyway. Take action and resolve. Everything that is on the other side of fear is far better than everything that keeps you comfortable in your current situation. Just paying the bills to get by in life. In order to get the best out of your personal development, remember that anyone who joins a sports team has a coach. What happens if you take away the coaches? There would be no plan or guidance as to how to play the game. There would be no coordination in the goals to be accomplished. When the coaches are around you, accomplish things in less time and faster. How do you want to be remembered? A person who was in debt? A person who is lost? One who has not felt love nor fight for love? A loyal or disgruntled employee? Someone who is depressed and possibly unhealthy? When will you show courage? Be a fighter or an entrepreneur? When will you be a leader who serves others? Will you consider being a risk taker or someone who faces their fears? There is a difference between walking the path to greatness and being afraid of the path that leads to the unknown. Will you choose to follow your dreams, wishes, be a reader, a teacher, or a student? Society does not necessarily provide you with these choices, but you have a right to pursue them. You are able to plan your future from this moment forward. Be a leader, serve another, learn a language, and read many books. The name you make for yourself can serve as proof that others can do it too. When you define yourself, what do you believe? Not trying is not enough. First attempt to define your identity. Who am I? How it is and when did I decide to accept that limitation? The standards you have today define who you are tomorrow. This is your identity. Do you exercise daily? Do you eat properly, whole foods daily? Life is not about what you are given. It is about what you create, conquer, and about what you aim to achieve and transform. Aim for high standards by laying a brick daily where it will be placed to show your progress. Dedicate time to those who feed your fire and not to those who deplete your flames. If you aren't making someone's life better, then you are wasting your time. May you be blessed more and more with a healthy mind, a clear heart, and a serene life. Ask of God for the strength, courage, and wisdom to serve yourself so that you may be able to serve others. There is always room for improvement, especially if you find the tools necessary to get you going in the proper direction. You are never alone as long as you believe that society has all that you need. Acknowledgements. I felt a profound feeling of gratitude when I completed this book. It was not an easy task. Actually, I felt as if I would never have done it without the support of those around me. On occasions, I was unable to sleep because of an intense desire to complete a certain writing or a chapter. At times, my conscience sent me thoughts that I should just give up. I am grateful that I was persistent in completing this mission. I am deeply in debt to those who have guided me on this path in completing our third book. First, I would like to thank my wife, Udelka. Second and most important is my daughter, Judelise. Since she was born, she completely changed all of our lives. At first, her cerebral palsy diagnosis impaled us to the edges of no return with depression. Without her, this book wouldn't have even made it this far. Judelise is the main reason for the inspiration to help people change their lives now just as much as she is the reason I have put my life into perspective. To my kids, Arlene, David Jr., Dionys, Isaac, and Andy, for putting up with me every day. At times, I didn't have much time for you, but as I progressed, I learned the importance of taking time out, especially for the younger ones. I am grateful to have you in my life. Without you, I could not share with others the importance of taking time out for family, friends, and the people and things that matter most in our lives. Thank you to Chris Holder for being my friend, brother, mentor, and coach. Chris has a goal to assist 100 people in reaching $1 million and has brought me under his wing to be certain we are serving the needs of others to make a better opportunity. To my nonprofit team at Society for One, Pedro, Chris, Ruben, Gilbert, Nye, Pedro, and Pablo on making philanthropy a possibility through our nonprofits. Mr. Kerrigan, for over 30 years, you have inspired me just by being yourself as my teacher, friend, as a father figure. I love you very much. I am grateful to have you part of my team. I would like to thank my financial team, especially Miguel Bernard, Danny Bernard, Jason Bambi, because we work together to assist families in getting either out of debt, saving money, investing, building a legacy, and or helping people to build their self net worth at www.ceodaviddiaz.com. Matt Rybicki, you were the first person to inspire me into writing a book a few years ago. That idea has finally come to fruition. Thank you, my brother, for planting the seeds. I would like to thank Mr. Brian Donahue, Juan Nunez, Benito Lopez, Digna Fiordalisa, Ms. Zoila, Juan Luis, for their persistent communication in my circle of friends and family. A special thank you to Nairobi, Dr. Griselda, Ida, Hilberto, Pastor Leo, Pastor Anna and Heriberto, Father Jack Pazziallo, Father Edward Durkin, Mike Mincelli, Dr. Mike Mincelli, Brother Joseph Riley, Brother Frank Burns, Rena and Motocross Sabana Iglesia. Thank you to Charlotte Gerson and Tony Robbins, two of the most influential people that I admire and believe in dearly. Those who make up my extended family are also those whom I am grateful for having their support regularly. Ignacio, Nancy, Lucy, Marisol, Tanya, Angel, Armando, Jerry, Elvis, Andy, Sergio, Luz, Maria, Javier, Denise, Gume, Nacho, Rip, and my mother, Maria. I would like to thank my publisher, Kendra, who has been there as a powerful voice and service to make this dream a vision transcribed on paper and being transformed into the world. The group that makes up the most important part of this community is the biggest group that I would like to thank. These are all the people who believe that there is something worthwhile picking up and reading, just as this book has been. Here is to you. You make the most important piece in completing this book. Without you, we are nothing. We believe that you have everything that you need to get to where you need to go in order to build a better future and environment in your life. Without each other, how would we ever learn, prepare, change, and resolve? Thank you for your time, something that we can never repay you. You dedicated several hours to reading this book, and without you, these pages are meaningless. Let's build a better world within each other. Let's build a better world within each person that opens their hearts and minds to doing the small daily tasks necessary for us to grow. You are part of my extended team, and you are the reasons why we write. Thank you, and we are truly grateful to each and every one of you. If you feel that you want to be a part of our extended community, feel free to recommend or gift this book to others. Look us up at www.ceodaviddiaz.com. At our website, it will allow you to find our YouTube channel, Instagram, and Facebook, and other social media. The best way to grow is to help others. Let's change the world one person at a time so that one person's world will change for the better. If you only give once a month, is it a crazy idea to think of ceodaviddiaz.com the next time you want to make a donation, especially for those in need? Credits: The Gerson Therapy by Charlie Gerson, Earl Nightingale, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek, The Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, Get the Life You Want by Richard Bandler, The Matrix, Jim Rohn, The Game Plan by John Wooden, Abraham Lincoln, Poor Richard's Almanac by Benjamin Franklin, The Purple Cow by Seth Godin, The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz, The Secret by Rhonda Burns, Money, Master the Game by Tony Robbins, .com Secrets by Russell Brunson, The Snowball Effect by Kristen Burton Guthriel,